What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? Digital Brother, let's see. Just found Dragon's Flare. Is that any good? It's not bad. It just gets outclassed by Dragon's Haste. What dragons need the most is movement speed from target to target. And that's what Dragon's Haste gives. So, it's a good shard. It's a shard that gets outclassed. And nothing will be as good as using Destruction and Mass Destruction. So, I mean, those two are going to beat out everything in the game. So, it's all about the third shard slot. And Dragon's Haste just kind of outclasses it a little bit. Alright, do we have... Yeah, we are partied up. What was that I saw? Junker Bow. We'll just trash that. So I've only got one giveaway for YouTube and one giveaway for Twitch today. So we're not going to be doing a ton of giveaways today. Just the one at the end or near the end of the stream. What's going on there, Missing? How you doing? Let's see. Where are we? What up, Kaz? Doing good, man. Doing good. We're at 311 is where we left off here. Just getting the day started here. Going good though. No complaints. Stavros, what's up? What's up? But yeah, anyway, we'll be doing one giveaway later on Twitch and one on YouTube. And we'll have more upcoming, of course. We got another super cold day today here. The weather can't decide whether or not it wants to go to spring or stay in the spring or stay in the winter, you know. We're like having signs of spring where the snow all melts off and everything, and then the next day we're getting pounded with snow and it's below freezing. And we got another one of those cold days today. All right, let's see what we got here. We got a Dreadbones. Got some Javelin throwers there. We could end up getting some here. Might as well throw in some stuff. Throw in a few reflexes just in cases. The Countess is really good. Can't go wrong with the Countess for sure. What's up, Demortalizer? How you doing? I need the switch. Maybe we'll do that today. We'll get this reset done, and then I think I'm going to switch up my Reflect Beam. You know, I'm always leaving room on my Reflect Beam for Shattering Torpedo, and I actually haven't used it for Shattering Torpedo in so long. I'm thinking I might just go Destructive Pylon, Health Pylon, and Range Pylon. And throw anti-heal in there and call it good. Trying to get something to drop. Well, good luck. Good luck. It is always the struggle, you know. So what? We got 660. That's 330 per lane. So we can do a little 4-bird spot here. Destruction, Mass Destruction, and Dragon's Haste. Is what I am using. Actually, I can go 5 over here. Let's do that. Let's go 5 here. The easiest way to get your first mass destruction is in mastery mode. Get 50 stars in mastery, and you get mass destruction. There's a series on my YouTube channel going through it on that new playthrough. All right. Get a couple of ups in there and just see how it goes here. Ended up getting 5 of them the first day. I grinded that map really hard. I mean, not really, not crazy hard, but I probably sat there and grinded the sewers map for about 8 hours. I got 5 of the ghost cats. This was from the Defender Pass, I think, right? Or was this a Twitch drop? This was a Twitch drop, the Halloween Twitch drop. Your reflect beam has been triple pylon for so long. I mean, hanging on, you know, that's the problem, is hanging on to that petrify combo option that just doesn't get used anymore. Every defense is pretty much the same in that department there, Stavros. Defense rate, anti-melee, anti-chaos. Any defense that does damage, that's just going to be a good setup for you. Had a whole week of snow in January. It happens, it happens. I mean, it is the winter still. Spring is not officially upon us, especially if you live in an area that is susceptible to long winters, you know. It's worse when the snow, when it's half and half, in my opinion. Like, if it's super cold and it snows and it covers everything, it makes the world look prettier, you know? Dragons are good for AP resets on any map. There's Severus. Nimbus is probably the #1 go-to, and dragons are probably a close second. I mean, they're very versatile. That's why people like to use them. I mean, Nimbus is the most commonly used for sure. Pardon me. That's one of the reasons I want to move my reflect beam around. So I can start using things like the Nimbus and still be lazy and not swap out heroes in my deck. I don't like playing actively on the Dryad. I just don't enjoy it. So she doesn't really have a spot in my deck at the moment. But I'd like to have an optional slot where I can put in whatever I want, you know? What up, Cyblos? How you doing? They're almost identical. The Boost Aura has more utility, where the buff beam doesn't really have as much utility. But they're nearly identical. It's like, this is the side we need to be upgrading. More stuff pushing further here than anywhere else. What's up, Kenji? How you doing? I ended up with survival drop in. I ended up putting the Initiate in the deck. And that's why I use the Frost Strike Aura so often. for Destructive Pylon. But if I'm not doing survival, I'm not power boosting, you know? So do I really need to be having the Initiate in the deck? Probably not. I mean, unless I start boosting more, but that's the benefit, even though the boost is not as good, that's the benefit you get with the Countess is, to me, it's still a fun and effective DPS hero, but if I want to boost it out, I can do that too. You do not want Destructive Pylon on your boost aura. You want Destructive Pylon outside of your boost aura, so it boosts your boost aura. It allows you to double dip on the shard. Like in this situation, I got Destructive Pylon on this Froststrike aura. So what happens is the Destructive Pylon boosts all these dragons, but then the Destructive Pylon also boosts the boost aura, which in turn boosts all these dragons. So it allows you to double dip on the power, you know? Destruction and boosted power are the main two that you want. And then the third is dependent on whether or not you want more range. If you want more range on it, then go with Deadly Strikes. If you don't care about the range, then go with like Vampiric Empowerment. And if you want crowd control out of it, then add in Boosted Grasp. So the third slot is kind of an option slot. But yeah, you don't want to put Destructive Pylon on your buff beam or on your boost aura. You're limiting its power, basically, by doing that. It would be pretty convenient, you know? But you're definitely heavily limiting its power by doing that. And Destructive Pylon is one powerful mofo. What are you going on your reflex for mods, Aramir? You got anti-heal, defense rate, and tenacity, I'm assuming, for reflect beams? Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do too. Anti-heal I don't use. You know, the whole point of me putting it on the water art to begin with is I was going to be able to get such great coverage and be able to just anti-heal the world. But then I never use it. So I just don't see any point in having it there. And like for the Chieftain, you know, like if you're going to use walls, and Chaos 10 is all about the walls, of course. If you're going to use walls, you're always going to have a reflect beam in there. So it kind of makes it an obvious choice, I think, for anti-heal. I think that's the only place I'm using tenacity now. I mean, I've still got it on proton beams, but I'm almost never using proton beams anymore. It's such a cool defense that it just, you know, the way the design of the game has gone with the enemies to counter, it has just made proton beams so niche just for applying Petrify and Onslaught. It's kind of a shame because it's a really cool defense for sure. Right, let's see what kind of loot we got. I forgot to check the alts loot. Not starting the day with any 10 out of 10s, it looks like. Always hopeful. Let's see over here. Nope. No day starting 10s. That's a bummer. think we're just going to turtle this one. It's a lot easier to get a reflect beam in, too. The Frost Strike Aura has a pretty big footprint with that chonky little base it's got to put down, you know? Very, very chonky. You got a 10 out of 10 snakeskin yesterday? That's beast. Is it on a good piece, though? Since it's locked. I've only gotten one 10 out of 10 snakeskin, and I got real lucky. I think it was on this piece. And it rolled at 23,201 hero damage. So I got super lucky. I got the double whammy. But that's the only 10 out of 10 snakeskin I've ever gotten. I've always had to roll them. But when you roll them, of course, you pick the, you know, you make sure you got an ideal piece. That is awesome, though. Let's see. I guess we'll just pop it right there. We got a lot of DU left. What do we want to do with all that? I mean, I guess I got enough to throw in, what? And if we go here, it will hit down below and it'll hit this lane. We can go a little 4-spot here. And we'll do something up top, too. Let's see. Oops. Saved. Saved by the double jump. We can get a little double dip going here, too. Be a little wonky, but not too bad. That'll get it. I think that's overkill now, maybe. Oh, that's really good, then. It always has armor, but being 100 off perfect on a 10 out of 10, that's a pretty sweet find, man. I don't play the Gunwitch right now, so I don't intend to make a new Gunwitch build. If you're in my Discord server, just go to the helpful links sections. There's the quote-unquote best in slot meta builds for every hero of every build type posted there from the community. But yeah, I'm far past the point of grinding a set of gear for a hero I don't play in DD2. 7 or 8 years ago, I did that all day long, but I'm just past the point of that having any enjoyment whatsoever. So I only gear who I'm playing now in 2024. It's a hero I'm just not going to play actively. I'm just not going to bother grinding out a set of gear for him. Especially with all the gear being so copy-paste. Like, every hero's good. Like, for example, when the Hunter launched, I instantly had a fine-tuned, dialed-in Hunter. Because all I had to do was pick my Monk's gear up and move it over to the Hunter. You know? It's just, there's, like, very few actual changes with the majority of builds. Like, can you self-buff or can you not self-buff? If you can self-buff, then all self-buff hero damage heroes basically are going to use the same armor set. If you can't self-buff, then all heroes that can't self-buff, that are hero damage, are all going to use the same armor set. With very, very few exceptions. So it's, you know, we've got a lot of mods and shards in DD2, but there's only a very few, select few of them that are actually used. Most people use the same stuff on everybody. And then the focused mods for the weapon, focused power and focused ability power, are just so strong that it's kind of difficult to not make that a go-to mod on, once again, just about every hero. Even a hero that only has a pet cooldown, that still gives them a damage boost just from the pet cooldown. Doing to wave 100 on every map, that's probably a good idea. I should do some of that too. I'm still pretty good on godly orbs at the moment. Just finishing up some ancient power resets on the alt here, Shane. Not really looking for anything in particular other than just kind of chilling and chatting and hanging out. Depends on how you like to play. The question of should you go ability power or hero damage is the same for every hero. How do you like to play? Do you like to be a heavy ability user? Then maybe consider ability power. Do you like to spam the primary attack? Well, then you're definitely a hero damage player. It's all up to you. There's no wrong answers. You play who's the most fun. So it just comes down to that. What up, Cake? How you doing, man? How's things in Cakeville today? That's a good call there, Airmere. Airmere says, and if you have the anime adept skin, then you play the adept. Very true, very true. Well, I mean, it's just very few times where that's useful is the thing. If you're stacking hero health, unless you've got some kind of niche thing, like the Barbarian has got Turn the Tides, which hero help is gonna help, and like the Mystic has the poison that scales off of hero health. In most cases, by stacking hero health, you're actually seriously nerfing your damage output. And you're still going to get one shot if you do difficult content. It doesn't matter how high you stack your hero health. So the key there is get yourself to a comfortable point. You know, where it's comfortable for you. But anytime that you go away from hero damage or ability power, unless it's just one of those niche areas, you're limiting that hero's potential. Just to add more hero health that doesn't really matter. Uh, 10 years ago, JC, that's my days of playing Dungeon Defenders 2 like that are just long, long gone. There's too many other really, really good games to play to grind anything trivial in DD2, you know? if I don't have a set objective, like today's objective is to just chill and chat with people. If I don't have a set objective like that, I mean, I want to play a game that is newer that I'm missing out on. That's one thing, one hard lesson I learned over the years of obsessing over DD2 8 days a week, 25 hours a day, is that you miss out on so many other incredibly good games. And then when you try to go back and play them, there's no community or no player base, or you're just too far behind in the dark compared to where everybody else is, and you don't get that same experience. Last Epoch's just real fun for me right now. It's just a incredibly good game that's super enjoyable. Now we get that DD2 update, and of course, you know, I'm going to be hard grinding DD2 for a little while again. But we need to get, you know, we're in between updates. We're waiting on the next great thing. Till the next great thing gets here, you know, I want to diversify a little. Like that Stardew Valley's update is coming up on the 19th. I'm going to be putting a ridiculous amount of time into that. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with that. There's CZ Max. I mean, some people aren't into that sort of thing. Other people love it, you know? Some people like to sit there and grind bosses all day. And if that's enjoyable for them, zero question, Path of Exile 2 is the game that I am most excited about in 2024. Not even close. I would say that Haunted Chocolatier game from Concerned Ape of Stardew Valley as well, but we don't know that that game is going to launch in 2024. We don't have any real ideas on when that game will be out, but that will be a game that I put a lot of time into. But Path of Exile 2 is going to be the shit. If you're an ARPG fan, and I'm a big ARPG fan, then PoE 2 is the game to play in 2024. It's just we don't have access to it yet. You know, right now, Last Epoch is just, it's incredibly good. Now, of course, the shine will wear off of that one here in a matter of time. And then the ARPG world will be ready for a little PoE 2. We got a controlled burn over there. What do we got here? Got nothing to be alarmed about here. And we got a bullet sponge here. Let's put something like that up for the bullet sponge. Don't have any hex throwers, do we? We do. Wonder if I want to put a hex reflect beam there. Might as well. And then here we got the controlled burn. We can just throw a water aura there. And that leaves 400 here, and we got nothing special going on here. It is a thrower lane. Hard to read, but you can see the title, Cyfrost Vanguard Throwers. So we're going to get some throwers in. It's probably not a terrible idea to go with a reflect beam. And then I think we can just stack it all up down here. We can do, what, a 5-stack? Are we going to be able to fit a 5-stack? Yeah. It actually leaves us a little something else for maybe that bullet sponge lane. We can throw, we can get a destructive pylon going on this, RF for the bullet sponge. That'll work. Onslaught's just a grind. I mean, it's time consuming. That's the challenge with Onslaught. The challenge with climbing to high Onslaught is not can you climb to high Onslaught. The challenge is do you want to spend that much time grinding a game mode with potentially no reward? And the answer there is if it's fun for you, then yeah, grind it out. If you don't find it fun, you don't have any reason to do it. There's no like Onslaught only rewards that change your game at all. Switch to a water aura. Switch to a water aura for what? I use the water aura for anti-heal right now, but I'm actually debating, I was mentioning it earlier, I'm debating on taking it out of the rotation and just using the reflect beam instead, because that's gonna free up a slot in my deck. And having a free slot in your deck means you get to play around with different things that you normally wouldn't use, which also means, for me personally, that means you're going to have more fun. Because I don't like using the same thing all the time, you know? Of course, as I say that, I spam dragons nonstop for months. But generally speaking, I do like to play around with other toys, you know? Nothing's stopping me. Just got to do it. I'll probably do it today. I got to remod my reflect beam. I've only got one anti-heal. What up, Toffinator? I mean, the main thing there is just make sure you're enjoying it, probability. Because having a big number on your screen that does literally nothing for you, if you're not having fun getting there, don't do it just for that. As my fourth hero, there will be a little bit of everything. The benefit there is it'll be a free slot that's not... Like, right now, all of my slots are dedicated. You know, I've got the Countess here. She's my DPS and using her main defense. The dragons as my main defense. Then I've got the Initiate. Well, the Initiate's here just for destructive pylon. Now, the reason I originally started putting the Initiate in the deck was because of survival, and it's so good to do tower boost builds in survival. Then the third slot, I got the EV. The EV is just a requirement, you know? And then in the fourth slot, I got the Monk. The Monk's just here for the boost aura and the Sky Guards. So it's kind of a requirement too. But having, being able to get the Initiate out of deck is going to give me that open slot where, you know, say I want to play with Nimbus one day. Well, I can throw a Dryad in and not have to change anything else in my setup. You know, say I want to use Snakes one day. Well, I can throw a Mystic in and not change anything else in my setup. Now, for AFK play, a Mystic is incredibly good because you get that aimbot going if you use the Shadow Flame setup, which the Shadow Flame setup is not good DPS. You know, if you're trying to use that as your main DPS, that's not what you should be doing. You're not going to be able to kill things very fast. But as far as just spreading damage around to the entire map, it's just incredibly good, you know? So the Mystic will definitely have, be getting in that fourth slot quite a bit. Plus, Snakes are just cool. snakes are always a joy. I think we could have just got away with just that frost strike up there and not used the flame R2. I don't think anything's really making it in far enough. What's going on there, Joke? How you doing? So for those just joining, it's a light giveaway today, y'all. I do have one giveaway for Twitch and one giveaway for YouTube, but that's all I've got. I don't have any more codes until I get some more. So we will be doing giveaways today, but we're only doing that one on YouTube and the one on Twitch. The Mystic's fun. He's got incredible crowd control. Like, if you do want to play the Mystic actively, you're not doing it for her massive damage output. You're doing it for other things, you know? Mama Bird Day. I use so many Mama Birds. It's always Mama Bird Day, JC. Never a bad time to get a Mama Bird going. I mean, I don't think it's too far off. Tomorrow, we might get news. You know, just not expecting or anything, but if we get word on anything in DD2, it's normally on the Wednesday chromatic stream. So we might find something out tomorrow. I mean, at a minimum, I'm sure we'll probably get another tease. Unless they're, you know, I mean, it's not a guaranteed thing every week either, so if they've got something to show to us, they no doubt will do a Wednesday stream and show it to us. It's just, are they in a position where they're comfortable enough showing us something yet? Well, I mean, it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of, are they ready to show anything yet? You know? It takes time to do this stuff. They can show us the Simp Queen. Give us more Simp Queen concept art. I'm curious to see how that one goes. I need to look through my spare armor mods. The Dragon's Nest is good. Is it that good? I mean, it's not like something that's broken OP or anything like that. The Dryad's Nimbus is arguably better. But it's usable and it's new-ish. And it's fun. So, I mean, I think that's why so many people use them. It's not because they're like some crazy overpowered thing that's better than everything else. Because there's lots of other things, you know. If you want to chill, it doesn't matter who you're playing. It's about your defenses and can they hold up. AFK in Dungeon Defenders 2 is very doable, but you got to earn it. It doesn't come free, you know? You got to put the defense setups together to be able to handle it. And then it doesn't matter who you're playing. I mean, if you want to be semi-active, a boost hero is good. Where you're boosting defenses. So, an Initiate, a Countess, or a Lavamancer. Yeah, you use that on literally every damaging defense in the game, Esther. So, I mean, I got like 3 of these, and I just move them around to different defenses. But it's just a powerhouse combo that works just about everywhere. There's another one there. How much gold am I getting on the alt? I don't know. It's slightly less than what I'm getting on the main. I haven't really looked at it, to be honest. I mean, right now, the alt is sitting at 95 million gold. So, I mean, I am earning gold, but that's like the 95 mil, that's a bunch of resets, you know? Yeah, I got to get those jackpots gilded, exactly. Thanks for subscribing there, Toga. Man, we got everything over here, huh? All right, we got stabby zappers. I think we can just do that and call it good. Here, we got a lot of stuff. Proximity phased. I think we just go with a big stack here. Or bigger stack, anyway. Let's go something like that. And then we'll just prepare to add more if we need to. And build it so it'll be easy add-ons. All right, what else we got? We got Bullet Sponge, Omega Squad here. We got a little cyborg action, so we'll give our cyborg or our Flamar a little protection. And then just drop it back here. I think we can do the same thing there. Just build for what's to come. So try to make it a little friendly here to place more stuff. We got one stabby kamikaze lane. A flame aura just strips the bullet sponge off. Bullet sponge is really easy to deal with. You just have to do something to deal with it, you know? Let's see. We got nothing special there. I'd feel better about splitting these, though. Let's just do that. Let's split them. Let's go, we'll go like a 4 stack there. And then here we got flyers and a ground lane. Long shot. And sometimes these guys like to snipe. So let's do that. And we'll just go with like something like that here. You don't get to pick with AP resets. You have to do onslaught. Oh, for the early AP resets where you're just getting champion score, I mean, the easiest is Gates of Dragonfall. I like to do, I mean, I'm not at that stage of AP resets, but when I was, I liked doing Plunderer's Paradise. It's a slower running map, but there's a lot of enemies and a lot of loot drops. So, I mean, I think Gates of Dragonfall is most people's go to though for that sort of thing. It's just super easy to do. We got a controlled burn up there. Just do that for the controlled burn. Throw a couple of those there, and then we got a double whammy down here. with nothing really special. But we do have a boatload of DU left, so since we got a double, go ahead and just hook it up with a fat stack. On high floors, since the DU is so the DU on maps doesn't change. Doesn't matter what floor you're on. The map's DU is set. It's always the same. So what floor you're on has no, you know, no impact on that. Mama Bird likes to plow through Bullet Sponge. Mama Bird likes to plow through everything. She just best girl, you know. What's up there, Rusty? How you doing? I mean, just incredibly strong, you know. Pretty chill wave one. Come in and see Mama Bird yet? I mean, I use her all the time. Try not to beat it up, you know? If you enjoy playing the Dryad, she's a powerhouse, so there's nothing wrong with that. There, Vextel. I mean, when you actually enjoy playing one of the characters that are above average or meta, I mean, that's a good thing. You know? Alright, let's bring some gargoyles into the mix over here. What do I have on them? Not really an optimal setup, but that will work. And then we'll change this so it's like that for a little gargoyle protection, just in case they get any crazy ideas. And we should be able to ignore those rollers now. Today, Mastery, Mass Destruction, you know, I mean, of course it's the best shard in the game, so it's going to make everything a little easier. But Mastery is more about not trying to do it too soon. Like, I mean, a lot of Mastery, you just need to have additional heroes. You know, or a team to play with. Mastery is not like a new player game mode is the thing, and a lot of people feel like it is. Not saying you do, but a lot of people do. Mastery was put in when Chaos 7 was the top, and we had all grinded Chaos 7 for like multiple years. We're all jacked up. Had massive amounts of Chaos 7 gear all dialed in, or Chaos 8 gear all dialed in for that matter. And it was added in to give endgame players something to do at that point. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting all the shards. I mean, you can... Mass Destruction is just really, really easy to get your first one from Mastery. But generally speaking, it's easier, assuming you're capable of doing the end game content, it's easier to get like the complete set of all of them from the incursions. All right, we can just stack on here. I think nothing, no surprises. No surprises really. Do I think the next character will be tanky? I don't know. She doesn't look tanky, but I mean, shit, I got no idea. They haven't really got into her abilities enough. To even make a guess, to be honest. Think she'll be an ability power hero? Could be. Could be. I think the majority of players right now, I mean, I don't know this, I'm just guessing, but I think that there's probably more hero damage players than ability power players currently. So you might be right. I mean, they might make it a little bit more ability power friendly. That, and I mean, like the hero damage monk, the reason we do the hero damage monk is not because of the hero damage monk, it's because of the boost, you know? If the monk didn't have the boost, nobody would do hero damage monks. I mean, we'll see. Just putting generalized tags on there doesn't mean anything. And with it being innate poison, that's not necessarily a good thing. That means that's a defense that's locked to an element that we can't do anything else with. So it's, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. We're going to have to get the stuff before we know if anything's good. I mean, her entire kit might be incredible. Her entire kit might suck. Until we get our hands on it, it's just blind optimism, you know? Now, generally speaking, new heroes in any free-to-play game are always usually pretty strong. It just kind of makes sense, I think, from a monetization standpoint. You don't put out a new hero and charge money for it and have the new hero suck. That just wouldn't be a very good business model to go by, you know? So, I mean, I'm assuming she's going to be pretty good at something, but we'll have to see what that is. I think thematically so far, the pufferfish does look the coolest of everything they've teased. Elvish artillery cannon is really good. Can't go wrong with a little EAC. The mercenary has two powerhouses, the Elvish artillery cannon and then the nether archers. They're both incredibly good. That's one of the big benefits. You got a whole lot of big benefits to having a mercenary in your deck all the time. You know, you got the Elvish artillery and the nether archers, but you also got the fact that the mercenary is kind of a little bit over the top in the DPS department. So as far as effectiveness, I mean, you get it out of the mercenary, you know? Absolutely. I think that would be, like, if you were... It's kind of difficult to rank heroes in DD2 because everyone has their place in their list, you know? But if you were to rank heroes just off a generalization, like their overall utility, building versus and DPSing with everything in the mix combined, I mean, the mercenary would have to be into that conversation for best hero. But then you've got things with such an incredible amount of utility that we don't necessarily take it for granted, but a lot of people forget about how life would be without it. And that's where you bring like the EV2 in. Life without reflect beams is not a good life, y'all. Life without reflect beams is unhappy times. You hope she gets a 1 per account defense? I hope so too. It would be nice having another powerhouse type defense. I mean, what could it be on a water themed hero? I mean, there's so many options, right? What could be a, you know, when you're talking like defenses like Mama here, what could the water themed defense be from Mama? Here, JC. Are you happy now? Are you happy? Oh, Mama got interrupted. Never interrupt Mama. A Megalodon or Kraken type thing would be super cool. That's for sure. The Sharkin will be like the other games. The Sharkin is in Dungeon Defend. It's in every Dungeon Defenders game except DD2. It makes 100% perfect sense, y'all. DD2 is all about reactionary development. Everything in the game for the last 7-8 years has been a reaction. Literally everything put in. So what happened in Chaos 10? People started using walls and trivialized the content by using walls and then whatever their favorite defense was. So what's the reaction to that? You add in an enemy that moves walls. That's what the Sharkin does. If it doesn't roll out like that, it'll actually be a disappointment. Yeah, the Sharkin's in every Dungeon Defenders game except DD2. DD1, DDE, DDA. It's in all of them. It's just DD2 doesn't have it. And for one reason, there was no reason to put it in because we haven't used walls in so many years. You know? Here, we'll even give Mama all the love. We'll upgrade her all the way. So, I mean, thematically, there's no guarantee that that's how it'll be. But thematically, that would make the most sense. And it would match just how DD2's game development has worked. What's going on, Brian? Hello, hello. I do not speak any... I know one word in Portuguese, Brian, and it's a bad word, so... So I won't say it. But love me some Brazil. Did my college internship in Brazil, and I absolutely loved it. Oh, I didn't even see what happened. It's the same. Every defense is the same. Defense rate, anti-melee, anti-chaos. Then mass destruction, whatever third shard you want to use. Sadly, I don't know what killed me because I wasn't looking. So I'm not sure where I should be going here with this. The boom mods are really good early game, and they become complete junk late game. Melee boom, chaos boom, all of those are super good real early. Yeah, anti-melee is a very meta mod in the game. It's one of the better mods in the game. When you look at what are the best mods in the game, as far as general use goes, defense rate is number one, the best mod in the game. Anti-melee, very, very good mod. Anti-chaos, very, very good mod. Controller servo, very, very good mod. In fact, just with those 4 mods, you can play the majority of your gameplay through every game mode in Dungeon Defenders 2 with just those. Now, obviously, there's niche mods that are really good as well, like, you know, the whole Mama Dragon thing and all that. You run them both. You don't do either. You do them both because they stack. Anti-melee hits the most enemies. If you look at all of the enemies that come... Well, I mean, we can look at it right now. Or this is going to be a boss wave, so we can't look at it now. But if you look at all of the enemies that come out, there's going to be more melee enemies than any other enemy type. Second up, there's going to be more chaos enemies than any other enemy type besides melee. Controller, of course, is a matter of your build. If you've got crowd control into your build, then controller works on every mob that can be crowd controlled. Shit, I hit G too fast, too. I don't even know what lane got hit. I mean, I guess we'll find out, right? We will find out here. Yeah, that's the other deal is, you know, if assuming you have a reflect beam, the only mobs in the game that are going to give you a hard time are going to be melee mobs. It's going to be the tankier mobs. Oh, here we are over here. Must have been this one. Or not. Could have been this one. They're pushing out pretty far here. And then we got another little sneaky leaker over here, it looks like. I don't know. Well, there it went again. It's the main core. Or that front side core. What happened to DDE? DDE was a testing ground for the Playverse system for DD2. And it failed miserably, so they took it off of Steam. The thing with Piercer Servo is it only counters 2 enemies. Yeah, I think it's a sniper too. Little reflect beam action will solve that. If you're in a situation where you're using projectiles and you refuse to use anything else besides projectiles, and you've got a lot of vanguards and geodes, then yeah, Piercer Servo is going to be a great addition. But it only counters 2 enemies. That's it. I'm pretty sure you're right. I think it is. Figure we got a hex thrower right there. It's probably that hex thrower right there that's doing it. Oops, I was on the wrong hero. Hex thrower right here has got to be what it is. So, actually still got a ton of DU left, so. That should resolve the hex thrower issue. We can slap a few upgrades in over here too, since we know it's this lane now. Well, the thing with Onslaught is, I mean, I would never put Piercer on my dragons for Onslaught. Vanguards are a non-issue because they don't hit the enemy from the front. So the Vanguards do nothing. In Geodes, the bubbles are so big, they go inside of them before they start shooting. They're not outside of the bubble shooting at Geodes. So, like, the only effective use it would have is bullet sponge lanes. Which, I mean, yeah, it would trivialize bullet sponge lanes. But so does a flame aura, you know? Oh, shoot. Let me pay attention here now. I can't keep losing matches and then not paying attention. Look, we had enemies pushing here. And there's the hex thrower over there now. Yeah, see, the hex thrower is coming out into range. And that's exactly what it was. You saw him just take a shot. Thanks for subscribing there, Moral. Appreciate it. There we go. Always pays to pay attention, you know? But yeah, there's basically two relic setups. You've got the non-piercer relic and you've got the piercer relic. The non-piercer relic, you'd want to use defense rate, piercer servo, and then whatever anti-mod that you want or that you have. I think I've got piercer on oil guys or on oil catapults right now. No, I really haven't played a loot game yet today. So I haven't done any loot, any looking for loot today at all. What do we have? We got Life-Root Forest. The alt is already in. Check the old inventory here real quick. No 10s out of the alt. What you got there, Miss Countess lady? Oh, I already checked the inventory on the Countess. But yeah, anyway, you got the non-piercer setup and the piercer setup. So I've got like 3 of these, 3 or 4, maybe even 5 of these now that I move around to different defenses. And I've got 1 piercer relic. And I'll just move the piercer relic around. I've actually got it here not because I felt like it needed piercer, but I've got it here because I've got all my relics out somewhere on heroes, so I didn't have anything to throw in the slot. So just in case I want to throw down an oil catapult, I just threw, you know, a rando relic on it. Yep, always do a practice run. Mastery is all about the practice run. Remember, you could pop into Mastery, build the map out, and figure out how you want it, and ignore the objectives, and just let the objectives fail. And then that's going to give you a picture of what you want that build on that map to look like. Then when you go into it for real to get the stars, you can go in, you already know exactly what the map's supposed to look like. It's going to be way easier for you. Mastery is actually the only game mode, the only element in Dungeon Defenders 2 at all that has any sort of skill level. Which, since there's a skill level involved, the key is always to practice it. You know, some of the maps are just going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy, and you're just going to blast them, and it's going to be a non-issue. And then other maps, you're going to have to get some practice attempts in. You know, like the build 10 different defenses, but you've only got a 30-second build timer. That particular one, it is so easily solved by practice runs. You know, you're never going to go into that one and just beat it. Unless you're just a real veteran player that kind of knows all the ins and outs of the game. So if you go into it and you just practice up, you're gonna get the run complete with the result that you want. You got your mass destruction and called it a day. I mean, that's what a lot of people do. You got to... They kind of set it up for... kind of as a catch-up mechanic for new players. When you look at the hypercharge from Mastery and from incursions. What's the easiest hyper shard to get out of mastery mode? Mass destruction. It's also the most powerful shard in the game. What is probably the second most powerful hyper shard in the game? Probably destructive pylon. That's the easiest one to get out of incursions. So you get one easy pickup from mastery, you get one super easy pickup from incursions. And I think that was kind of done on purpose as, like I said, a kind of a catch-up mechanic for newer players that are coming in to play the game. Which, I mean, I'm a big fan of. New players, a player that starts in 2024 shouldn't have to experience the level of misery and grind that the people that started in 2013 did. You know? The key to keeping a free-to-play game healthy is a constant supply of new players. And if there's not a constant supply of new players, every free-to-play game will eventually die. Thunderstruck is not very good, no. It gets outclassed by other shards. The most two used hyper shards are definitely Mass Destruction and Destructive Pylon. After that, you probably go to like Vicious Strikes for the range is a good one. You got Juggernaut for wall builds and Chaos 10, which is 100% meta. But Explosive Shielding Guard, Thunderstruck, I mean, I haven't used either of those in years. They sit in my vault. The Radiant Crit one, that one at least has a place if you have a boost hero. Yeah, defense rate's really good. It would be a close call between the two of those. Mass Destruction's the best hyper shard. There, I'll put it that way. By far the best hyper shard in the game. Well, it depends on the hero. Once again, anyone who doesn't know how to build their DPS hero, if you're in my Discord server, there's a channel called Helpful Links. And it's got builds listed out, or a link to a spreadsheet made by community members that has a build listed out for every build type and for every hero. Juggernaut you can't really throw into the best category. If the question was what's the best in Chaos 10, then yeah, Juggernaut would definitely be in the conversation. But it's not just about Chaos 10, considering the majority of players are not in Chaos 10. You have to look at the overall game. What's going on there, Harambe? How you doing? Hard at work? Hear them Eagles are without a center these days now, huh? What are y'all gonna do? What are y'all gonna do? You can't just have anybody snapping the ball there, Harambe. I think you should volunteer. I like wall builds too. I'm glad they did that in Chaos 10, personally. Bringing walls back into the game as an effective tool was probably the best thing they could have done. I mean, everything about Chaos 10 I think is top notch. They gave us some diversity, which we didn't have in other Chaos tiers. And that's one thing, for me personally, the game really needed. Everybody get ready to vote. Harambe for next Eagles center in 2025. He's going to do it. Gilded Destructive Pylon for the people who exploited and were able to gild it. Found that they wasted their time in huge fashion because it got no added benefit for being gilded. Hey man, I'd do it. What was old Jason making? He was making like 18 million a year. Hell, I'll do it for 10%. Give me 1.8 mil a year, and I'll let linebackers mow me over. I'm all in. Only 10% of the cost of a real center. Yeah, you would need the health insurance because if not, you could probably spend that 1.8 mil on medical bills. If you're a beginner in the game, you should be ignoring mods and making sure you have the right shards, Maury. Mods are not going to do anything for you if you don't have the right shards. And as a new player, use the best thing you have in your bag until you get optimal things. Things like melee boom, the earlier you are in the game, the more effective they are. So if you're in campaign and you get a melee boom, it's going to carry the campaign. If you're in Chaos 5 and you have a melee boom, it's not going to be quite as good as it was in campaign, but it's still going to do pretty good. You get to like Chaos 10 tier, and melee boom is more of a meme. How to beat Chaos 8? Use towers. Counter the enemy that is there. The enemy that's there is a spider. What's the spider do? It shits on the ground where it dies. So use things that are not going to be near it where it dies. And the easiest answer there is use towers. Get hit once and retire. Yeah, I'm still going to finish the series, but the problem is nobody's watching them. So it becomes a little bit of a waste of time for me to make them if nobody watches. If I spend 6 hours making a video and, 200 people watch it, was literally a massive waste of 6 hours. So, I mean, I'll still finish that series up, but I've got no urgency to do it. It's weird, too. So many people requested that series, and then nobody watched it. That's in that series as well there, Karos. That was actually where I ended up, was getting your mass destruction shard as a brand new player. Yep. Upgrading, and we are all done already. Jeez. Buddy Beats with the sub. 34 months. Thank you so much, Buddy Beats. I do appreciate it a ton. What you been up to? See what we got. Any loots? Any loots? Got no loot on the alt. Nothing but junk. Currently stuck at home. You got COVID. So can't really go to work? Oh, man. Well, hopefully you're feeling better soon. I know that feeling. I ended up getting it multiple times. It was no fun any of the times. I got COVID once for every vaccine or booster shot I got. Is that how it was designed? U.S. government? WTF on your campaign to ensure we all get booster shots. Oh, the hell? Or is under attack. I haven't even started the map yet. The old swap heroes bug. Oof. Oh, my Logitech software is running. All right, I gotta deal with that real quick. Oh no. I restarted my computer before I started the stream. And I must have accidentally hit one of my Logitech buttons. It's not showing that it's running. There it is. It is running. All right, that could have been quite the deal breaker there. Did I get it closed? Yeah, I got it closed. Hopefully it's not still running. Let's see, there we go. Good Lord. The game is telling me to stop using dragons? Could be, huh? Soon. We'll do that before the end of the stream. Actually, what AP reset are we even at? Or we're at 316. So we get this AP reset done, and I'll reconfigure my reflect beam. That way I can start doing a little more diverse builds here. No, there's no set bonuses in DD2. That was a other Dungeon Defenders game thing. I mean, it's something that is a huge missed opportunity that I'm not putting in the game, but there is no set bonuses in DD2. Wonder what my setup looks like? Well, I've got 2.5 monitors. I've got both game instances on one monitor. I got Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook chat on the half monitor, the little small monitor. And then I've got OBS and my stream health dashboard on the third monitor. One of these days I'm going to get better monitors. But they're so expensive, you know? Like Twitch and YouTube both have become a little bit friendlier for 1440p. Oh, I use a Logitech G910 keyboard, Harambe. And I've got macros set up on the G buttons, and I think I try to turn the Logitech software off. I use 1080p monitors because that's what I record in. But I would like to change that to 1440. And then, like, you know, we've got a 4K monitor in the living room for the Xbox. I would love to be doing 4K. Yeah, mainly for ARPGs. I usually don't macro DD2. Not because I don't recognize the quality of life involved with the Auto G, but I normally just don't care. Like, I don't let DD2 run like overnight or anything. I'm always here if I've got DD2 running. So, I mean, if I go 10 minutes and forget to hit G, I just don't bother me. Two entirely different shards, Digital Brother. I mean, not even in the same ballpark as far as what they do. So use the shard for what you need. All for one is a destruction, defense rate, and deadly strikes all combined into one. 1440. Well, the problem is Twitch. Twitch limits your upload bandwidth to 6,000 kbps. You can stream at 15,000 kbps to Twitch, and no matter what, they're only receiving 6,000 kbps, period. There is no variance to that. And with some games, 6,000 kbps is 60 frames per second. Does not look good in 1440p. Now, most modern games, it looks great, but, you know, when you do a lot of Dungeon Defenders games, you're going off of older technology, you know? Have Aramir G up, and then let's let the timer count down. There you go. That is the way. But yeah, I would love to go 1440p, but just to switch my main two monitors out to 1440p. I mean, to get, you know, 144 refresh rate. Like, say I had two 1440p monitors with 144 refresh rate. I mean, even the budget ones, you're probably still talking $600 for two of them. So, I mean, monitors can be a big expense, you know? And a monitor is not something that you really want the cheapest thing available. You see, I am 50 years old, JC. So RGB lights in a room would not make it a man cave. RGB lights in a room would very much make it a woman cave for a 50-year-old. So no, I don't have any RGB lights in my room. Now, I ain't gonna lie, there's some inside my computer case, but there is none in my room. There is nothing that could feminize my room more than throwing in RGB lights, in my personal opinion. And that's not what I'm looking for. I actually got a nice lighting setup and a nice green screen setup and everything. I just don't have a decent camera. A shard vault has already been confirmed to come in the next update. They're no negotiating. Their exact words were, unless something major goes wrong, it will be there. They actually are black, Harambe. But they're not black from paint. They're black from soundproofing. I got my two interior walls. I got two walls that go to the interior of the house, and then two walls go to the exterior of the house. The two walls going to the interior of the house are completely covered with black soundproofing tiles from floor to ceiling. And then the exterior walls are painted gray. And I've got a Van Gogh painting, you know, obviously not an original, but I've got a Van Gogh painting. I've also got a Rembrandt painting. And that is the only two things hanging on my walls. Literally the only two things on my walls. Wow. I need some more shit on the walls, huh? It's Sam. I thought everybody already knows that. My full name is Samuel, like from the Bible. I've never hid that. Most people know that already, I'm pretty sure. Your name is Samuel too there, Tuckus? Very nice. I actually have one poster to hang up, but I want to get it framed. I've got the signed Dungeon Defenders Awaken Kickstarter poster that at some point I'll get it framed and hang it up, but I don't have it framed yet. I'm not going to put an unframed poster on the wall and make it look like I'm fucking 14, you know? We'll save the unframed posters with the torn edges for Harambe's room. That damn kid will hang up anything. Can you have RGB lights? You can if you want. But I will shame you for it later. Just saying. They can't be purple. There ain't nothing worse than those purple fucking RGB lights that people put in their background. I have them in a Steam library. We actually do have a console game collection, but you see, my wife still plays those games. So those are actually on a shelf in our bedroom. And, you know, I'm not going to tell the wife she's losing her shit. Well, thanks, Sergello. Spicy garlic sucks. It's a reworked grave infection, and grave infection sucks too. It's not by choice, JC. It's not by choice. There's too much purple stuff in DD2. DDA is really bad for it. Like, every map looks purple. Literally, looks like there's purple lights going on every single map. I don't know what their deal is with purple, but they like that purple, man. They do indeed like that purple. See, the thing is, Jello, is there's no requirement on what I hydrate with. And today's choice is I've got 3 drinks here. I've got a glass of water, which would be the proper hydration, of course. I've got a Rockstar whipped orange, which is delightfully yummy. And I've got a cup of coffee. Like I said, Digital Brother, join my Discord server. Look in the helpful links section, and all your questions will be answered. No, it says whipped orange is what it's called. It tastes kind of like a... I don't know. I mean, it's not quite like a Sunkist or a Fanta type orange. But it's around, you know, it's in the same neighborhood. Oh, it is early in the day for me, Jello. It is 1:30 p.m. I won't be in bed for 13, 14 hours. So, yeah. It is energy drink time. I mean, I still got 2 more quad espressos coming before the day is done. You know? It is early. Oh, yeah. The time zone difference is real. That's what I keep saying. We need those flat earthers to be right. What's up, Panda Bear? Going good, man. Those flat earth people, if they were right, then we'd all be on the same time zone. And gaming would be so much easier, right? Think somebody could manage to do that? Make it so the flat earth people are right? Just have Aiden squish the Earth too. I think he's gonna have to do more than a 10 times or 90% squish though to get it truly flat, right? Need Elon to stop going to Mars. Well, maybe Elon is in search of the perfect flat Earth or the perfect flat planet to rehabilitate. You know, maybe he's onto something here. Maybe he's sick of time zones too. Elon could have it all figured out, y'all. He just may. He just may have it all figured out. Oh, did I have a siege roller lane? Or are you just picking on me, Harambe? I didn't even look to see if I had a siege roller lane. All I looked at was the mutators. Oh, with the earth flattening. I see. Yeah, good point. Good point. Reminds me of the old siege rollers. I mean, I'm glad they're gone. But, boy, those old siege rollers were just toxic. The original siege rollers. The original siege rollers instantly destroyed every defense they came in contact with. It made doing things like putting an aura right here not possible, because the siege roller would come out and destroy them both as it rolled over. And it was at the time it was a trap aura in node meta. So everybody was spamming traps, auras, and nodes. It comes down to that whole reactionary development thing. Everybody was spamming traps, auras, and nodes on every map. So they put in an enemy that would roll over them and destroy traps, auras, and nodes. Well, what happened? Everybody said, "Fuck you guys," and quit playing the game. So they changed it. That, of course, is the PG-13 version of what happened. Sorry, Disney. I won't do it again, I promise. But yeah, it was all about the reactionary developing. So they put in one enemy to counter what everyone was doing, and then when everyone hated it and uninstalled the game, they changed it. So it was 2 reactions in one. 2 reactions, 1 defense. Or 1 enemy. You guys know I was thinking 2 girls, 1 cup. But 2 reactions, 1 enemy. What's up, Flanagan? How you doing today? I see a bunch of people on my friends list playing 7 Days to Die, Flanagan. Is there some kind of news or some kind of hype going that I'm unaware of? Or are people just playing it because it's fun? I haven't heard anything. I've been stalking them too. They keep teasing that it'll be here this year. People were a little negative when they said it will be here this year. Because people were expecting it last December, you know? And they clarified that a little bit, and they didn't give any dates, of course, but they basically said it's not going to be the end of the year, you know? We got a smooth runner here going now. I think any potential issues are now resolved. We should be able to chillax it out here for the rest of the map. Get wrecked, Quibs. I'm kind of excited about changing up my reflect beam now and freeing up that slot in the deck. I'm already thinking about what heroes to use. I mean, the Nimbus is so good for doing these AP resets, and I haven't been using it at all. So it's kind of a no-brainer a little to throw a Nimbus in, you know? But what if I want to use Nether Archers? Well, I could throw a Mercenary in then. I just can't. I just don't like swapping. I don't know. I guess it's the lazy. Oh, die already, you stupid bird. $318, here we come. This reset will be done in no time. Because that is the most optimal way to play Dungeon Defenders 2 here Mondays. Sodium Champions were pet given out to game testers many years ago. There was several hundred of them given out, but of course many of those game testers no longer play the game. So a golden Sodium Champ is very rare. It's actually the only pet in the game I don't have. Don't sell it. It's worth more than it's worth too much to sell. The problem is if you sell it, there's a good chance that it's some kind of a gold duper that you're going to be selling it to, because that's all that's going to have enough gold to afford it, besides a very, very few players. So don't get rid of it. It's too rare to sell, in my opinion. It's just got a high price tag on it, you know? Some Ogres. But the problem with that is if you sell it and it's someone with duped gold that buys it from you, well, what if they do that paper trail? You know, I mean, obviously it's not your fault. You didn't dupe the gold. But if you're the one who now is the holder of the duped gold, you know, it's got to lead to some questions, you would think. So I would say don't sell it. I don't know the actual value of it now, but it would be one of the most valuable pets in the game for sure. It's in the tops list. Well, marks and orbs are not in the same ballpark as a sodium champion as far as value. Like, not even close. Like, a perfect stat orb would be worth 10% of what a sodium champion would sell for. We got a controlled burn on a Timmy lane. Let's do that. You got robbed, stolen soda. That's the other downside, especially if you're a returning player and you see the prices of things. There is a good chance you're getting ripped off. So just don't sell your old shit without heavily investigating what things are actually worth. Yeah, a trash rolled, it doesn't matter if it's uncommon, common, or whatever. But a trash rolled mark, for example, will still get 50 mil out of it. Well, I mean, it's literally just another icon is the thing. I mean, I've got a bunch of them, so it's easy for me to say that, I guess. But it does nothing. There's zero reason to have one. Going on, Bradford? Tragic Beats asks, is this pre-recorded? I don't think people do that anymore, do they? Does anybody still pre-record live streams and play it? I don't think that's a thing, Tragic Beats. I mean, it might be. But nobody that I watch does that. Yeah, the Golden Drago just has no value. It's priceless. No one could afford it because it has no dollar figure associated with it, or no gold figure. Of course, you can't real money trade. That would be a bannable offense. But I've had somebody offer me 2 billion gold and $1,500 in cash for my Golden Drago Lich. and I have turned them right down. So anyone that has a golden Dragolich is never going to sell it. Unless they don't care about getting banned and it's for real life money. Oh, it absolutely comes with an in-game ban. It's what some asshat was saying in the Kiddo Discord, that I had a bunch of duped defense rate shards. Like, I don't have a duped thing on my goddamn account. And do you have any idea how fast I would get busted if I tried to dupe something? If anybody is going to check, I mean, if anyone's account is going to get spot checked by Chromatic, mine would be one of them. It's all duped after I opened 10,000 shard packs. That sounds about right. I wish that there was stats like that. I mean, it would make me very sad, I'm sure. It would make everyone very sad. But wouldn't it be cool to know, like, how many, you know, expedition maps you ran, or how many shard packs you've opened over the time you've played the game? It would be some very interesting numbers to see. Like I said, it would also make all of us very, very sad, knowing that, yup, I got 50 Gilded Destruction shards, but I have opened 74 million Chaos 1 shard packs, you know? He used to, but I'm not sure that, well, not to that level. Like, the last I know of that he looked was when Chaos 7 was the top. And he actually pinged me to ask if I cared. But someone had asked who had done the most, who had done the most Chaos 7 expeditions, and I had done the most Chaos 7 expeditions at the time. So, I mean, that type of thing is available to some extent in the back-end system for them, but that was also a long time ago, you know. So the Playverse system has had lots of different changes to it. Oh, that's so weird. My alt loaded in before the defenses did. That's crazy. So my alt loaded in and all these dragon's nests slammed down. I'll show you as soon as I get loaded in on the main here. Got slammed down. What's going on, Corporal? How you doing today? Yeah, that was weird. My alt loaded in right here, and the dragon's nests and stuff weren't here yet. And they all kind of slammed down on top of them. All right, so looks like I need to do something over here. I guess for this wave, I'll just slap them. I just need some upgrades in. Slapping them. See that, Harambe? You can still slap enemies, and you don't have to be on a barbarian. Starting a new RimWorld colony. RimWorld's a great game. I haven't played that in a while. Was that in the last update or something? It wasn't too many updates ago, yeah. A few years ago. When did the Countess come out? Was it 2022? Joe, of course, would tell me WTF, what about the Squire? Because let me tell you, Show has been slapping baddies since 2013. Is it a first-time experience for Harambe there, Aramir? All right, that'll probably be fine, right? A couple of upgrades. I'll just watch it. Well, he got the free. That's what it was. The Yeti is getting the freeze in there. I bet that is what the problem was. You remember when Yetis first came out? There was a whole lot of, what the hell is this going on there? Quib's gonna die. Yep, Quib's died. I think just another round of upgrades here. It's like the first real gear check in the game there, Vextel. Keep going, man. You'll get it. Use tower-type defenses or something back in the back. If you need to, throw some walls in. And don't just chill. You know, spend your time burning a couple of weeks off of 7 years. Damn. It's been a long time. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's a new tier, and it's the first, like I said, it's the first gear check in the game. So don't expect to just pop in and steamroll it, but also don't get frustrated and keep at it, and you will no doubt be rolling in the W's here before too long. Give your Nimbus as much power as you can if you have them set up, giving it a boost aura and a buff beam if the DU allows for it. Bird on bird. My bird wins. Take that. $3.19. Here we come. The best route is going to be to follow that new player questline optics. As far as what character to buy first, the EV and the Mercenary are both real strong choices. DDA does have something in the works, but we don't really have any information on it yet. But they've been doing some teasing with things to come in DDA, so it's got something that we don't know about in the works. So it just got an update with the split screen that was promised. And now we're waiting on what is to come next. They've teased that the Mesmer, who's that big dude in the background on the summit map, is potentially coming into the game. And thematically, that is the guy that brought the heroes back in time, as far as the little bit of lore that is in the game. Floating toilet paper man, indeed. As far as the small amount of lore that is in the game, that's where that guy ties in. So I'm really hoping that there's some big old badass boss fight that's similar to like the old one in DD1. That might be asking a little bit too much, but that's what I personally hope is going down. What do we got? Air raid. We got a controlled burn on that back lane. We got a bullet sponge right there. That's about it. Well, let's get the controlled burn dealt with. Are there any cyborgs? There is cyborgs here. Put it there. Kind of meh placement, but I don't know, man. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful, though. They also got those. I'm not sure they would ever do anything with it, but you know those little boss arenas for going rogue were actually really, really enjoyable. It would be kind of cool if those were a thing in DDA. And some of them very unique, like that the boss fight for the summit is super unique in going rogue. All right, and then we got that controlled burn issue, or the bullet sponge issue over here. Actually, we could do a mama bird. It would slow the map down, but I don't even care. Let's mama bird it. $200 left. We got another 110 to spend, basically. I think the easiest thing to do is just go 2 more dragons. So let's get that out of there. Is that gonna be enough? It's pretty sketchy on buffing those back ones, but... Alright. So I'm a little bit heavy, because I do need reflect beams in here. Let's just get rid of one of those, and then we'll just go overboard a little with the reflectage. Something like that. Like I said, it'll make the map run slower, but it'll be crazy enjoyable. And then we can just slow these flyers down a little with frost strikes there. And should be good. Yeah, I've got diffusion on my buff beam. I'm a big fan of diffusion. Yeah, incursions are going to be the easiest way. Automation and Juggernaut both come much, much further down the road in mastery, so incursions would be the easiest way to get them. The two easy mastery ones are Mass Destruction and Vicious Strikes. You just get those with very minimal effort, And then the rest of the hyper shards incursions are probably the easiest way. Well, easiest as far as least amount of time spent. Nah, reflect beams were nerfed into the ground. They're actually just reflect beams now. They're pretty commonly used to hold destructive pylon or to, you know, just provide a little earth damage for anti-healing at the wall for like a petrified combo or any time where you would want anti-healing. Mama Bird just shreds, man. She ain't even playing. Yeah, it definitely didn't make sense for reflect beams to be such a crazy DPS defense, you know? Yeah, I mean, you'll want to get that stuff eventually, for sure. Probability. Always, you know, what's better than a hyper shard? 2 hyper shards, you know? So, that's definitely the way to go. Plus, if you want a challenge, that's the best way in the game to challenge yourself. Because it's something that can be overcome with practice and doesn't require a ton of gear. Get 'em, mama. Such a mean girl. I kind of hope that there's a defense like that in the new Heroes kit too. I mean, we'll have to see. I don't know what their thought is from a design perspective on a defense like this, where it's a 1 per account type thing. It'd actually be kind of cool if they buffed volcanoes in the obelisk a little. I guess the obelisk doesn't really need to be buffed, but it would be cool if they did something else with the volcano and the obelisk and made them the same way. I mean, it's fun to use, you know? And then you got like the synergies, like that Motherly Instinct mod. It completely defines how you're going to use your Mama Dragon. You know, what if there was something with the volcano that was similar that had oil geysers or whatever? You know? Obviously, it wouldn't be near as effective because the dragons do so much on their own. The baby birds do. Thanks for following there, Cloud Gaming Support. Welcome, welcome. Nice, Vaxtel. That is a step. Making it to Wave 2 is huge because What happens in wave 2? Loot drops. So you're going to have yourself some gear from the next tier here in no time. Nice. Well, congrats. Man, as birds are getting... The bullet sponge mobs are actually getting wrecked before the dragon comes into play. This one will make it out. Just barely. The dragon, like, barely breathes, and that front mob just dies. I'm not sure. He didn't win any from me, but he may have Soft may have won some cat ears from another channel. We got 2 pairs of cat ears today to give away, but that's all I've got. I've got one for Twitch and one for YouTube, so we've only got the one giveaway today, but we'll do it here shortly. A couple more hours or whatever. This is 319. So yeah, we got one more floor to do after this one for the reset. You're on floor 319 right now? Nice. You're almost there as well. Mama Bird just strong. It's kind of similar to what I do in survival. What I normally do in survival in this map is I only get 4 baby birds, and then I'll throw a werewolf here. And then instead of having the 2 separate stacks down here, I'll just do one stack of baby birds in the middle here, and then throw a werewolf here and a werewolf here. Very, very chill set up like that. Going to be weird getting used to using the reflect beam for destructive pylon, but I mean, there's literally no reason not to, you know? Speed this up a little with the last of these guys. We'll just come get slappy. There we go. All right, so one more map, and this reset is complete. See what we get. We got ramparts. There's nothing special about it. It's usable now when it was junk for the first several years it was out. So you see people using it right now because they can. Not that there's anything special about it at all. It's just it's a actual usable effective defense now. Versus it being completely trash for so long. I don't know, I'd say everyone is using it, but yeah, more people are using it now. It's because it's something different. It's something different that was a hunk of junk for so long. So, I mean, that's why it's being used. Once garbage, now useful. And since it was garbage, of course, that also means that every veteran player out there had multiple of those mods just sitting in their vault unused. So, I mean, that's why you find people using it now. But there's nothing, it's not better than anything else in the game. It's just something that is usable now that wasn't previously. First rule of DD2. Don't give a shit what other people are using. Because everybody's got their own reason why they're using something. And for them personally, that makes that reason... I mean, that's the reason they're using it, you know? Let's see, we're going to lose the sub-objective if we do this. Do I care? I don't even care. Or do I? I mean, we could throw one dragon out here and hope that it deals with the flyers. There's no range mobs in there to worry about. The little goblins, I guess. It depends on the tier that you're on there, Watson. Well, you don't upgrade your gear to do AP resets. Call me Lucio. Is where you're messing up. Never spend any. The only gold you should ever spend doing AP resets is if you have shards you have to upgrade because they're not gilded, and for that you just have no choice. But yeah, you should never be spending. Use the junk off the ground because AP resets are very trivial. So even if you don't have an alt, the right answer is you should have an alt. But even if you don't have an alt, you're going into your AP reset with max ascension caps, assuming you planned ahead and got to Chaos 9 first. So you just run the map. You run the first map in your campaign gear, pick up whatever you get off the ground and slap it on. Run the next map. Pick up whatever you get off the ground that's better. Slap it on. And you don't spend any gold. You should never be spending doing AP resets. You should always be gaining. I mean, if you don't have an alt and you don't actually want to play, and you just want to go through, then yeah, you can spend your materials to upgrade, and then you don't have to play. You can just upgrade your stuff and then do one map and go do another reset. You know? Well, I mean, like, there's no other way around it. First off, if you're doing AP resets and you don't have an alt, you've just been missing out on tons and tons and tons of crafting materials for the entire time you've been playing by not using an alt. But additionally, you just don't need to do that. I mean, just with your max ascension caps, you're ungodly powerful compared to what you were when you first did that map and beat it the first time. Or that difficulty. So just don't spend. I mean, it's easy. It's nice and lazy, and you feel real powerful if you do. But do you need to overpower content? I mean, if you don't want to play and you want to take lazy mode, that's completely understandable. If you've got an enormous amount of gold and crafting materials and you just want to instant blast through and you don't care about spending, then that's a whole nother thing. But for the average player, I mean, you shouldn't be doing that. You just definitely should not be doing that. It's always there for you if you want to, but that is very much not ideal. I guess we're not going to lose the sub. Well, it's not over yet. I don't want to celebrate too soon. I thought for sure this sub objective would get popped. But it looks like just this one bird up here is enough. The flyers come real late in the lane, or late in the wave is why. There's a flyer coming out early. There's just not enough mobs over there, I don't think. It's still just going to get popped. Yep. Not enough enemies in there for it to really make a huge difference. I'll get that reflect beam switched up after this map. And then we'll throw some other goodies in the mix. And we'll give the Countess the rest of the day off. Poor girl. She just want to play. Yeah, completely shocked I didn't lose a sub-objective. Crazy. It's like most of the stuff's getting killed on the ramp. What's going on there, conditionally triggered? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ain't nothing else coming out of that way, huh? Doing quite well. Very good. That is awesome. All right, so that reset is in the bag. So let's head out to town, or to tavern, and we'll get that reflect beam swapped up, and then I'll be able to move some other stuff around. While this is loading in, though, I'm going to go grab another glass of water. So give me just a couple of minutes, y'all, and I will be right back. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. I am back. Have I been playing Last Epoch at all? That is all I've been playing. Conditionally triggered. Game is so good. I've been playing the living crap out of that. I got one level, 100, a 92, like a level 80, and then I'm working. I just started a explosive ballista character last night. He's only like level 15 or 20 or something. Yeah, game has been crazy fun. All right. Inventory is already clear. Did I just do that? I must have just did it. All right, so here's my thought process. The reason I go with this deck, basically I've got one optional slot, and that's where my Countess is at right now. And I do use the Countess quite often. But I've got a buff beam and reflect beams. I've got a boost aura and a Skyguard tower. And then I've been using my initiate for destructive pylon on a frost strike aura. And then additionally, I put my other destructive pylon on a water aura with anti-heal. So anytime I need anti-heal, I would have it on a water aura and just have massive coverage. But this is what I'm finding. First off, if going like with this setup, it only gives me one hero to pop in for main defense or whatever. So it kind of limits my options as far as what to play around with. So what I want to do is rework my reflect beam so that it's going to be the new holder of my pylons. Now, when we look at the reflect beam, we've got Shattering Torpedo, which of course is what provides the earth damage when you use the reflect beam for the Petrify combo. And I've been hanging on to this for so long. However, I can't tell you when the last time I purposefully tried to use a Petrify combo. Just don't need it, you know? So I want to get anti-heal moved off of this and put onto that where that anti-melee is, which means I'm going to have to do some mod swapping and going to have to blow some goblin item insurance. What's going on there, Uksumaki? So let's just get to it. Let's see. First things first, we need to free up a spot here. So we want anti-melee off of here, but obviously I'm not going to just throw away an anti-melee. So with that in mind, I need to put it somewhere. We can just put it right here. So let's take the anti-melee and move it to here. And I want to make sure I'm using a goblin item insurance. So we're good there. And there we go. Now we got our anti-melee off, and we've got that anti-melee somewhere where we can use it later. So now we want to take our anti-heal off of our water aura and move it over here. Now, obviously, if I had another anti-heal, I would just use the second anti-heal, but I don't have another one. And of course, we want to save these two. So we're going to use another goblin item insurance. And now we've got that one saved. But now what we've got is a reflect beam with defense rate, anti-heal, and tenacity on it. And we want to turn it into a full utility defense. So we're going to get rid of those. We're going to take destructive pylon and range pylon off of there. We'll move destructive pylon and range pylon onto the reflect beam. So now we got range, destructive, and health pylon. I need to gild that thing on our reflect beam. And what that allows is for me to do something different with my initiate. So I no longer am locked into having that hero spot. Now, obviously, you can always swap heroes. But I'm talking on the pure lazy mode, where I just want to be lazy, lazy, lazy. I can now throw in, say, my hunter and have a different choice of DPS hero plus some viable defenses to throw in, you know? And then that also allows me, like, say I wanted to go a Nimbus instead of the Dragon's Nest. Well, now I can just swap the Nimbus in right there. I don't enjoy playing the Dryad actively, but I've got the Hunter right here who I do really enjoy playing actively. So I can still build with my Nimbus and have that deck slot freed up. So I think long term, it's just a better overall destination. You know, defense rate, anti-heal, tenacity. I can use it exactly the way I'm using it now. And the only difference is I will have to add it into builds where I normally would have thrown down a Frost Strike Aura. And, of course, we get the benefit of it's still only 20 DU. So, like, say I was doing those same builds that we were just doing. Say it was the 400 DU setup. We're doing the 400 DU setup. I can do that instead and accomplish the exact same thing. Forgot about the buff beam. Accomplish the exact same thing, but have that slot freed up. So I think that's a good choice long term. Which shards to use for the Countess? If you're in my Discord server and you go to helpful links, you can find the full shard list for every hero in the game. Not going to sit here and go through every shard on the Countess right now. Do apologize, but just not gonna. All right, let's get this guy reset, and then we'll decide who we're going to throw into the deck. I don't have my Tsunami yet, Zale. I've got a mediocre one, but I haven't modded it yet. I mean, right now, the Blink King is crazy damage. It's just great for lane clearing. But the reason that, you know, I specifically am not using the Tsunami yet is I just haven't modded it yet. Still hoping to get a better one. I've got a decent one. So that is Ancient Power 68 in the bag on the alt. And just now finally loading in. But yeah, I've got this one, which isn't terrible, but I was hoping to find one with a little better hero health roll on it. And then I'm just going to move, I'm actually going to move these mods over to it. So I'm going to go Focused Power, Bouncing Phoenix, and Lucky Strikes on it. Been thinking about getting back into DD2. Any tips? Well, it depends on when you left, but I think the main tip is the game is still a grind game, so make sure you're having fun. There will be no shortage of hours for you to put into the game. So just make sure you're enjoying everything that you're doing while you're doing it. No sales. Wow. All right, so that puts us back at 261. Yep. And we got to decide who we're going to work into the deck. Yeah, that's the only downside. If the Tsunami didn't have that locked mod, it would be the best bow in the game. It's only 1/100th, like 0.01 less damage per point of hero damage than the Earth Guardian bow. So it's really, really good. But what makes the Earth Guardian bow better is you don't have any locked mods. So One mod slot does quite a bit. It's bouncing Phoenix, basically. If you know, like with the locked mod, I'll put I won't put bouncing Phoenix on it. I forgot about the locked mod. So I won't be moving those over directly. What I'll be doing is putting focus power and lucky strikes on that. And then the locked mod, there's actually no value in re-rolling it either. So getting a 10 out of 10 is just pure vanity. It doesn't do anything for you. So yeah, we'll use focus power and lucky strikes on Tsunami. Probably Chaos 8, Jake. I mean, keep any 10 out of 10 mods you get, don't throw them away. You know, but you'll really have to start paying more attention to them very soon. Very, very soon. All right, what are we going to do? Let's, I keep talking about the Dryad. Let's get the Dryad in for some Nimbus action. What do we got here? I'm going to want to change that up eventually. Let's see. Let's yoink some more shards off that initiate that we're not using. We yoink that off of it. Oops. We'll put that there for now. And then for the Nimbus, what do we want to do? We can just grab that same old shard, or same old setup. So, defense rate, anti-melee, anti-chaos with destruction and mass destruction. And fleeting nature, I don't have gilded either. I've got a boatload of Chaos 9 shard packs. I should probably get that gilded. I'm surprised I don't have it gilded. But yeah, let's give the Nimbus a little play here. What do we have? Now the Nimbus is 10 more DU. So you can't go with that same setup that I was going with the 6 dragons. Plus, of course, you need the tree. But what I can do is something like this. Instead of going 6... Wow, all we can fit. What, that's 200 DU gone right there. So that's the same as 4 dragons. Actually, yeah, we can go 5 Nimbus. And then still give it... the full treatment. Actually, that's 20 more DU. So you can only go 4. I think the answer there is, let's get a B set up too. Let's see, what do we want for Bs? We'll just do the same thing. Anti-melee, anti-chaos, defense rate, we'll grab those two. And let's get some Bs in here. Oh, there it is. I tell you what, I want the gilded one on the Nimbus. So here we'll do the ungilded one, and here we'll go with the gilded one. I was going to say, I could have swore I had that gilded. And that explains it. So we can go 4 Nimbus and 1 B, and we're actually 10 DU less than the 6 dragon setup that I would have been using. And then what? We come over here. Where do we want to put this tree? Let's put the tree way over on that ledge. Actually doesn't give me a ton of room, huh? I think it's all right, though. And let's see. We did the same thing. I'm going to have to get used to hitting the buttons. I'm so used to F2 being my destructive pylon for my initiate. And then that actually leaves me 420 left. Wow. $420, we can actually go big. Or can we? We're going to have 20 left over if we go 5. Well, we can go something like that. Let's see how it does. All right, Kenji, well, have a good night. Thanks so much for hanging out. Like it's just going to shred them. Right from the spawn, really. I mean, there's just nothing making it out of there, huh? But I love the fact that that just freed up a slot in the deck. Absolutely love that. So I can still be one seriously lazy mofo. They're so good. Well, I mean, that's where all of these type of defenses, the bees, the nimbus, and the dragons, all suffer from the fact that, you know, say this situation right here. Say the first target is right here. Well, say the second target is over here. Well, the nimbus, bee, or dragon has to go from there to here without doing any damage. So one of the best things you can do is just speed that up. And of course, all of those defenses have that speed version of the shard. The nimbus and bees got fleeting nature, and then the dragons have dragon's haste. So it kind of eliminates that problem. But you can see, I mean, they'll go pretty quick from target to target. See, they're bouncing back and forth in the lanes, but they're doing it much faster. Yeah, you can do any configuration you want. I mean, there's no reason to use 3 Nimbus and 2 Dragons. But if you want to use 3 Nimbus and 2 Dragons, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not really a combo I think I'm ever going to use. But, I mean, if you can use 5 Dragons or you can use 5 Nimbus and win, there's no reason to think you wouldn't using half and half, you know? You got a Tsunami with Bouncing Phoenix and Frostfire? Yeah, see, that would be really good for lane clearing for sure. For me, I'm going to be using the Tsunami for multi-purpose. Like, I want to get good single target damage out of it too. So you just can't ignore focused power. It's just so strong when it comes to the single target damage. No, I'm back, already reset. I'm back on 261 now. At a fresh reset. Took a little break in there too. I don't really have a number. I'm just kind of playing to play. Like, I'm not grinding it off stream or anything like that. Where I leave off with this reset today is exactly where I'll start when the next stream comes around. So I don't really have a set goal. I don't know. I talked about maybe going to 72, which is what my main account is at. For that, Ancient Power icon. But if I'm not sick of it by then, I mean, why not go to 100, you know? So no real set plan quite yet. I'm sure I'll come up with a target number once I get a little closer to being all grinded out. I mean, that's fair. 51's still a bunch of resets, you know? Everybody's got their target number. I mean, for a lot of people, it's 1. Do 1 reset, get the max ascension caps, and call it good. So, I mean, there's no wrong answer there for sure. It's grindy, you know? So, you have to pick your spot. Yeah, I mean, that's still a good amount. Figure every reset is 5,000 extra gold at Chaos 10 in a Chaos 10 expedition. So with 50 resets on your main and 50 resets on your alt, that's 500,000 gold extra for every Chaos 10 that you wouldn't have had before. So, I mean, that's pretty good. The emblem is what everybody ends up going to the end for. I mean, that's why I'm at 72 on the main. Just so I could get that little orange dot in the middle. I did 2 AP resets past my target number just for the orange dot. I was only going to get 70 for the Ancient Power points. But yeah, it guts to have the orange dot, you know? So I hear you. I definitely hear you. Yeah, the Nimbus is just strong. It's just melting. It's doing better than the Dragons would have done. I mean, the Dragons still would have won. But it's definitely doing better than they would have done. And now I can ignore controlled burn, too. You didn't like 50, so you stopped at 49 for the blue one? I mean, that's fair, too. Like I said, I mean, no wrong answer there, you know? Got to pick your spot, you know? It's your favorite emblem? 58 is, but you're done with it? I mean, it's, like I said, it's very understandable, you know? You should definitely 100% not always focus on mods. Shards are much more important than mods are. I mean, you don't want to ever throw away a 10 out of 10 mod. And obviously, if you got something positive, that's a positive mod in front of you. But as a new player, the last thing you should be looking at is mods. Having great mods and no shards as a new player equals losing. Having the right shards but 0 mods as a new player, and you're still going to win. Oh, yeah. I mean, always keep an eye out. Never throw away a 10 out of 10, you know? Even if it's a junker 10. You never know. One day it might be good. So, yeah, definitely always keep an eye out. Speaking of 10 out of 10 mods, I got one on the alt. Oh, no. Melee boom. I mean, at least it's not Frost Boom or Warbore Boom. But still, it's a mod that I don't need. Bummer. What do we get here? Oh, we got a 10 here, too. One map, 2 10s. Gotta love that. Lifeburn CD. Boo. If there was only some kind of viable low life build in DD2. One day, maybe we'll get shield or ward or whatever, and we'll have low life builds. What, it's energy shield and Path of Exile, it's ward, and well, Path of Exile has ward as well. All right, how are we gonna do this one? I mean, we can do the same old probably. Actually, you know, we could. We got so much DU on this one. I could do 2 stacks. What do we want to do? We can go 1 tree, though. Let's just put 1 tree in the middle. And then go, like, say 4? 4 and 4? Think that'll work? Might make the map run a little bit quicker than the pure turtle that I normally do. One, we got Game Ogre. Let's just do the same thing. What? We'll throw the tree here. Are we gonna have enough? Yeah, we got enough. We got plenty. Oops. What about here? We got what? 360 left. We're gonna have 20 left over, I think. Yeah, I think that'll work. Let it fly here. And see if it'll hold. I should just do up that tsunami too. And then I guess I'll throw the full setup with what? With focused strikes and bouncing phoenix. I'll throw it on like an Earth Guardian bow, and then I'll still have 2 bows to play around with. What weekly did I get? Oh, I already did the weekly. Oh no, it resets in an hour. Derp, it hasn't reset yet. I was thinking today was Wednesday. Today is only Tuesday. How far we make it on this one? We're at 262. Oh shit, what am I doing? God dang it, I did it again, y'all. I did the same thing last reset. I kept going instead of going back and doing the expedition. Well, I've sold all the gear, so I've got to complete this map now. God, why do I keep doing that? Literally did the exact same thing last reset. I should never be doing 262. Let's just let it fly here. We'll get through it. I mean, this map should drop plenty of loot to get me into Chaos 9 terrain. God, man, out of the last 10 resets, I bet I've done that 4 times. Just keep hitting next map and not thinking, you know? Crazy. Crazy, crazy. They getting it. Two more waves. We can get back on track here. One extra map. Not going to kill me. Big oofs. I should throw deadly strikes on that tree too and get big, big, big trees. I think there's a lot of maps where I can one tree it if I do that. Yeah, we're not at the, not even near the cap yet. What is the cap on trees? Is it 3,500? Let me upgrade it and see. I think it might be 3,500. I don't remember though. No mana. Jeez, no mana anywhere, huh? The heck? Nice little pile right there. Yeah, I think it's 3,500, but I don't remember. 2880. Let's see. There's a deadly. Yeah, 3,500. Now the question is, how many did I really need to use to get to that? Let's see. Did I need to upgrade it? See, that's a 3060 already with no upgrades. See how many upgrades it takes to get it to 3,500. Actually, that's not... Is that getting the... Yeah, it looks like it's getting the range pylon. 3178. I guess I did need to upgrade it. I think the answer is get rid of the melee boom. Actually, I need to redo that whole relic and just make a tankier tree relic that still works with thick vines. Right, bunch of flyers, and then we are done. I noticed the assassins a lot more without having the Frost Strike Sara. I think I spoiled myself a little with always having a big Frost Strikes cover in the world. Alright, so to Tavern... Dang it. Get this AP progressing here instead of screwing around with it. Check the loot. I'm sure that I've got over the hump. Oh no. I didn't get boots. Oh man. So not only did I do one too many maps, but now I've got to go back and do another one. Because I didn't get all the slots full. Oh man, that is such a bummer. Oh well, looks like we're going to do one more map that is unnecessary. Boo. All right, well, got to get a pair of boots. So 263, here we come. We can get to skip in after that. Big old bummer there, though. What did we get? We got got us some Suas. What's going on, Exodus? How you doing? All right. Okay, what do we have? We got a controlled burn. We got a bullet sponge there. We got any range mobs over here? I do it all the time. Mini Vendetta. It's a real problem. I do that crap all the time. This time it was just a double derp. All right. Let's see. How many do we want to do? I guess we can just go 4. Actually, do I even need 4 there? I'm not sure I even need 4. Maybe we'll switch it to 3. Yeah, I spent just a ton of DU. Just go 3 of them there. And then we'll throw 3 of them down over here too. Actually, I might not need the buff beams in here. Yeah, so, well, actually, I think we'll be fine. That's what, 320 DU left. We got a thrower lane here, so I do feel like I want a reflect beam right here just in case. And then we can just throw everything else in down here. Is 3 going to cover all that? I'm not certain 3 is going to cover all that. I mean, I guess we'll find out, right? I almost feel like I could have gone 2 and 2 up there. Here, we'll dump. It's got all the 3 pylons on it, Mini Vendetta. Destructive pylon, health pylon, and range pylon. I mean, it's mainly there for the destructive pylon, but I threw the other ones in the mix too. Way we can get the whole kitchen sink effect. Let me check down here real quick. No loot. Aramir lied again. Yeah. If you try to buy, like in that situation, if I would have tried to buy a pair of boots off my main, it would just set them to campaign level when I bought them. How that works is it's not based on your champion score. It's based on your slots filled. So, like, for example, if you do an AP reset and then you've got a head, gloves, and chest that are Chaos 10, but then you've got boots that are campaign, if you buy a pair of Chaos 10 boots, it's going to set them down to campaign tier because it's per slot is how that works. So as far as the game is concerned, I was only in campaign gear when I got that. But, I mean, we'll no doubt get some boots here. And if not, I will cry a very, very sad song. We'll have to try a reset with just bees, too. It won't be as good as the Nimbus, but I'm pretty sure it's still quite doable. Still very, very doable. All right, why don't we get some, we got those RGB headsets for the end of the stream, but why don't we get some juicy giveaways going here? Let's see, we will start off on Twitch. This is for the juicy item of your choice, whether it be a head flare for DD2, a pet for DD1, or a pet for DDA. So we'll do YouTube right after. Let's start off on Twitch, though. Give me a hashtag juicy in chat on Twitch. We'll get you entered. And then we will we'll pick a winner at the end of this map. I can't imagine they would. They haven't put anything. Well, there's been one pet that they've ever, in the entire 11-year history of DD2, that they added it in as a drop and then removed it. So I can't imagine they would. I would assume it will always stay there. But, I mean, they haven't said anything about it. But I don't think they will. I mean, Crystal Betsy's still there. The only thing that's been removed is that Nightmare Krampus Lich. It was a rare drop during the winter holiday event when it was there. And then they removed it afterwards. But all the map-specific drops are still there. All right, and there better have been some boots on the ground. Dragonlord, where's the Dragonlord at? Oh no! Luckily, the Dragonlord is going to ignore that core. Not that it matters, it's still final wave anyway. I got epic pop-ups. Get rid of those guys. All right, so while we're loading into Tavern, we'll pick a winner here. So good luck, y'all. Give you guys 10 more seconds. If you have not already, get a hashtag juicy in chat. In Twitch chat. We'll start YouTube's giveaway here in a moment. And here we go. The winner is Ghost Slayer. Congrats, Ghost Slayer. Let me know in chat which item you want. DD1 item, DD2 item, or DDA item, and I will get it sent right over to you. Congrats to you. DD2 item, very nice. See if I can't round up one for you. All right, I just whispered it to you, Ghost Slayer. Just redeem that code at the mailbox in game, and that will get you set up. Now let's head on over to YouTube. Let's see, give me a hashtag juicy in YouTube chat. We'll get you entered in. All right, let's check the loot situation. Please have dropped boots. All right, we got boots. It's a win. We got them booties. All right, so we're good to go on Chaos 9 now. For the 300 unlock. Check the loot here, though. No 10s there. All right. So, let's get a Chaos 9. Let's go to get reroll tokens. I'll give you guys like another 30 seconds. Well, I'll give you guys until I load in, which will probably be 45 seconds to a minute to get entered in. So get your hashtag juicies in YouTube chat. Oh, no, thank you, Ghost Slayer. Congratulations. Appreciate you watching. Thanks for following there, Mini Vendetta. Appreciate it. The loading times. All right, and here we go. Good luck to everybody on YouTube. Now, the deal on YouTube, whoever wins, YouTube does not have instant messaging. So you're going to have to send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to claim your prize. And it's winner's choice. DD2 head flare, DD1 pet, or DDA pet. You get to pick between them. But you do have to contact me outside of YouTube, since YouTube doesn't have instant messaging. So here we go. The winner is Daniel. Congrats, Daniel. Been a long time since you won a giveaway, dude. So send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord, and I will get you hooked up. And let's get this bad boy built. Now, how do we want to do this now? Can we go? Do we have enough range to go one tree in the middle of the map? I don't feel like we do. I mean, it'll work. But I think it would be better if we came out a little further. Let's just do that. And then what does that leave? We got, how much do we have? We got almost 1,200. Just shy of 1,200. So I think we're going to have to just do 4. And we can do 5, actually. We'll do 4 on the one lane. And we'll do 5 on the rest of them. And then that will only leave me enough to do 4 here. I think we'll be short. We're 10 short. We can go with a B. I love the B. Let's just throw a B in the mix. Good enough. All right, let me get you hooked up here real quick, Daniel. All right, I just sent it to you, Dan. So you know the routine. Enter that in the mailbox end game. And that will get you squared away. Actually, I want to see how these are doing without me DPSing. Looks fine. I actually could have placed the tree closer and used the reflect beam to protect the tree. Probably would have been the smarter play. Same thing on all these lanes. What I need to do is get a thick vines setup going that's also my normal tree build setup. That way I still get the benefit of thick vines, and then I get a reason. You know, I'll have a reason to put it up in there like that. Oh, no problem there, Dan. Thank you. And then, like I said, we've got 2 RGB headsets, one for Twitch and one for YouTube, to give away. But that's all I've got for giveaways today. So it'll be a little while until we do that one. But we will be doing a RGB headset giveaway, one on YouTube and one on Twitch here today. See, if I would have only gone to... Well, I mean, I like the thought of actually using thick vines properly and getting it up here, though. I definitely like the thought of that. IHops! What's going on there, IHops? What are you up to today, man? You're probably at work, aren't you? Or you got the day off today? Still work hours in the West Coast, isn't it? Yeah, 3:30. Oh, you're out already. Nice. You get a little early day today? Or did you go in crazy early today? Not always an early day if you went in super early. Oh, I thought you were West Coast. For some reason, I always thought you were West Coast. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it a ton. Ah, you're in Connecticut. Hey, yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, I could have swore you were in like San Diego or something. Bail jump. I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe it was just a assumption over the years. I have no idea where I got that from. After midnight for you, huh, Dan? What time is it here? It's 3:30 for me, so just after midnight for Dan. Let's see. Germany? Is that right? There's a lot of Dungeon Defenders players from Denmark as well, which I think it's the same time in Denmark. And there used to be a bunch of players from Sweden. I think a lot of them have moved on and played other things now, but there used to be a pretty large group of Dungeon Defenders players from Sweden. Oh, that's probably what it was, IHOPS. I'm not sure. I just, for some reason, I thought you were a West Coaster. I got the other end of that. I grew up an East Coaster, but now I'm a West Coaster. So I know both sides of that one. The West Coast is nice. It's definitely nice. Depending on where you're at, it's stupid expensive, though. You know, it depends. It's the food is always one of those things where, like, every time I have some barbecue out here in Washington, I sure wish I was in Texas or Louisiana or somewhere either in the Midwest or the South. We have a good selection, I think, in the West Coast. Spokane, of course, is not exactly your cultural hotspot. When I lived over at the coast, we actually had a, tiny little town over on the Washington coast. But we actually had a better selection in the immediate area than I do here where I live now. I don't live right in Spokane. I live in a smaller town outside of Spokane. But yeah, over at the coast, we had like a couple of really good pizza places. We had a really, really good Greek and Mediterranean restaurant that was just awesome. There you go. You got to get the guy from Texas, or you never hear anybody talk about it, but Arkansas has some really good barbecue too. Get the person that relocated, We've got a barbecue place not that far from my house, and we never go to it. We went to it when I first got here, and it's a non-chain. It's a small, family-owned and operated restaurant or whatever. But their barbecue is just not the same. It's just not. It's not Texas barbecue. It's not, Midwestern barbecue. It falls in none of those categories. It is the barbecue you get in Washington where we don't have a barbecue spot. It's that kind of barbecue. Like, I'm better off doing it myself, but I don't have a smoker. We've got the little smoker attachment for our grill, but it just doesn't work wonderfully. All right, so now we can head back to Onslaught. We got our Chaos 9 win, so we got floor 300 unlocked. I'm sure there's probably a good barbecue spot in Spokane, but we never ever go to Spokane to eat. It's only like 15 minutes away, 20 minutes, figure, if it's a restaurant on the other side of Spokane. But we just never go there to eat. My mother-in-law likes Korean and Chinese food quite a bit, and there's some good Korean and Chinese places here that are close. So we go to them not regularly, but if we go out to eat, a lot of times we go to one of them. It costs so much to get like a steak or whatever in a restaurant now. We never go out for steaks. We would always do them ourselves, I mean, you go out for a steak, you just got to be ready to pay, You gotta have that credit card loaded up and ready to go. And for the same price, you can get some really kick-ass steaks and just grill them yourself at home, is the thing. All right. No loot, so now we should be able to go to 300. Yep, we are good. Let's get it. Floor 300, here we come. I can cheat and look on the alt and see what map we got. Because the alt loads in so fast compared to the main. Got the regular ramparts. Right. See what we got. It doesn't even matter what we got. We can ignore lane mutators now. And that's one of the big quality of life things with being able to use the tree. Is you just can ignore what's going on in the lane. So what? We can go 3 over here, maybe? Yeah, I think 3 will work. Before the next stream, I'm going to get a better tree build. Like in this situation, we can go like a tree right here and then just stack the Nimbus inside. I think here we can probably go 4. want a reflect beam. And then now that leaves 340 for up here. What are we gonna do? Let's say. Be a little light if we went 4, so we'll go 3 Nimbus and 1 B. Something like that. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Just let it fly and find out. It should be good. I got my pylons on it. So I got destructive, range, and health pylon on it. I mean, the health pylon's not doing anything, but, you know, normally I would have it near a wall or something. I just moved it. I set it up earlier. I took, I redid my, I wanted to get the initiate out of my deck, basically. So instead of leaving the destructive pylon on the Frost Strike aura, I threw it on the reflect beam instead and got rid of Shattering Torpedo. Because Shattering Torpedo is the way to go if you're trying to use your reflect beam in a Petrify combo. But I'm just not using any Petrify combos right now. So there's just no need for me to have it on there. So yeah, we went destructive, health, and range pylon on the reflect. Just getting over some of the old ways, you know. Thought that was a dodge. Oh, it is a dodge chip on both pieces. Look at that. How weird. Getting a dodge chip on both pieces sitting right next to each other. Got a flyer that just doesn't want to come out. The Nimbus is back there trying to get at it. What's going on there, man? Clark Gaming, how you doing? I think we'll be able to make it to probably 305 or 306 today. You know what? It depends. The official timeout is like 8 minutes. But most of the time, they'll time out really, really quickly. But on that same note, I have had runs that took 8 minutes. And 8 minutes is an eternity when you're sitting there staring at a mob waiting for it to time out. You know? So I think that there's probably some kind of jankiness in the coding with their timeout system. And like if you look at a game like say Orcs Must Die games, you know, with a game of this genre where it's a 3D action defense style game, you're gonna get mobs that get stuck. It's just gonna happen. Like Sanctum had it, Orcs Must Die had it, Dungeon Defenders games all have it. It's more of a matter of how it's handled. And like Orcs Must Die times them out really, really quick. It's like 15 seconds or something like that. But on the same note, players would use that to their advantage in the higher difficulties. Like if you were in endless mode and you really pushed it up high in Orcs Must Die 2, you would time enemies out by stun locking them over and over and over again. And you would chain stun lock them for 15 seconds. The game would think that the enemy had timed out and would just kill the enemy. So no matter how high of health, like in Orcs Must Die 2, the kind of the meta was you went with the War Mage with the crossbow. And the deal there is headshots would restore mana for the crossbow. So you would always have mana available to stun lock the enemy. Because the stun would only last a few seconds. You would have to stun it again. So you could sit there and just plug away at their head, stun them, then keep plugging away at their head, stun them again, etc., etc., and eventually they would time out. I'm a culprit. I'm not going to lie. I did it. I mean, that was just what you did if you wanted to do the super high endless waves, because the enemies would get so tanky you just couldn't kill them. You know, you could sit there and just spray headshots into them for literally like 10 or 15 minutes and not kill them. And that was the workaround. But it was abusing another one of the game's systems. You know, it was abusing the game's stuck mob system. So I'm assuming that's why they put that timer on for so long in DD2 for similar reasons. But I want to say it's like 6 or 8 minutes. Which, you know, once again, when you're sitting there and it's only that one mob and you're staring at it, that feels like an hour, you know? I probably won't be able to finish it tonight, but I want to work on that that ballista explosive falconer in Last Epoch tonight. Get it leveled up through the campaign. All right, we got the sewers. I love this map. The new sewers, not the old sewers. What kind of loot we got? The dictionary. Boo! Nothing else worth looking at. All right, so once again, we don't even have to look at the lanes. It's kind of nice. But what do we do? Do we do 2 stacks here? Or do we just do 1? I feel like we could do 2. See if we went 3 there. And 3 there. I think that would actually work out really well with the DU. Let's see. Does it put me at half the DU? What is half would be 550. So now we're going to be a little bit more than half. But I think over here, I think we can just shred them up right here. It should cover everything, so we can just stack everything right here. I think. Let's see. We'll go with a B. I think that'll do it. Let's see. If I have an issue, it will probably be right here. With either a flyer or something in that ground lane, but I think it might just all get handled. Man, I just love this map so much. Let me just complain about it one more time. I wish so much that there was a different crafting material that dropped here. I would grind out like 50 of those slimy ghost cat eggs. If there was only another reason to play this map. The little quills are just not a super desirable crafting material. So it makes it so, you know, you're grinding for something that you don't really need. Well, it went pretty smooth, so I'm assuming we're fine. And I can just spam it up here. Let me see something just for giggles. We did 51 million damage on that B. We did 127 million on the closest Nimbus. So yeah, the Nimbus just performing. Such a good defense. All right, Dan, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Congrats on the win. We'll do those RGB headsets in probably like an hour, about an hour from now. So that'd give us time to get a few more maps won. Or lost. Hopefully won. We could always get some losses in here if we're not careful. I think I am just going to set that tsunami up, though. Maybe we'll do that, too. We'll get that tsunami modded. What is that Lava Guardian doing? I think he's stuck in the spawn. And his arm was just sticking out through the back. Pretty sure he was stuck in there, though. Nimbus, so good. Having the option now, though, to throw whatever hero I want in that extra slot. I mean, man, and I am running around on the alt. God dang it. Sorry, y'all. I get confused on which hero I'm playing. I don't even think and just run around and shoot stuff. The, having that extra deck slot now, I mean, the sky's the limit as far as doing these resets. Like, I can do, like I've been talking about doing Mercenary. Maybe next reset I'll do another Archer reset. Maybe do Engineer reset too, with a little Engineer action going. And then can always have, you know, have the Hunter in the deck, the DPS or whatever, since I enjoy playing the Hunter. And then if we get a controlled burn or a roller lane or whatever, I can just throw Gargoyles in. But yeah, Nimbus is good, y'all. Just so good. Even for the bosses, like the thing with the Nimbus is only one Nimbus can be attacking an enemy at a time. But the single target damage of them is so good that it doesn't even matter that there's other Nimbus just sitting there dead when a boss rolls out, you know? They just have the single target damage just to get it done. So we got a Cannon Ogre. There's another Lava Guardian's arm. I do think it was just stuck in the back. You always go crit chance on a relic that's a damaging defense. Mathematically, crit chance beats crit damage in every case prior to being at 100% crit chance. You know, obviously, if you're at 100% crit chance, then more crit doesn't do anything for you. And then, I mean, for mods, it's always the same stuff. Defense rate, anti-melee, anti-chaos is what I'm using. They do have a slight AoE, but it's so small that you will almost never notice it except on the target dummies. Their rain does put out a little AoE, but it's crazy, crazy small. The AoE range of it. It's kind of like using one of the explosive weapons for AoE. Like the pole arm from Embermount or whatever, or like the new bow from Malachi. It's such a crazy, crazy small AoE, it's hard to even notice against enemies. Like, you'll notice it on the target dummy, but that's about it. It's got to be a real tight pack of enemies to really get any real value out of it. Let's see, did the alt get anything? Nothing on the alt. No 10s. I did get 2 10s today, though. I can't really complain. What about here? We got another 10. Wow. All right, what do you guys think it is? Do we have the war boar boom to go with my melee boom from earlier? Or do we have something useful? What could I use? I could use an anti-melee or an anti-chaos. But what is it? Power servo. Big bummer. Big bummer. I mean, it may as well been an anti-skelly. But what are you going to do? All right, what do we got? Doesn't matter. It's better than a warboar boom. This is true. This is true. It is better than a warboar boom. I think we just go 2 stacks on this one. When you put a tree like way back there. And then what does that leave? That's 440 DU per lane, is that right? If we went 2 stacks? I mean, we can go pretty big with that. Can we do that? No, that's going to leave me a little bit short, but I think we might be able to get away with it. Let me see. We don't need a reflect beam anywhere, right? Yeah, we got ogres there. I mean, of course, if we get a mini boss that's ranged, I'm screwed, but... And then we got 420 over here. Okay, we're gonna have to go one. We're gonna have to only go 5 there. And the coverage is up into the spawn just fine over there. So I think this will get it. Thank you so much for following there, Zakaya. Appreciate it. Obscurus, thank you very much. So far, so good, man. No complaints. Just switched to PC from console. Oof. That's a big old grind. See, here we're seeing where the Frost Strike aura is so nice. Like a Frost Strike aura in this situation would be CCing these ogres where there wouldn't have been a close call like that. Starting the grind. That is fair. That is fair. I was using it to hold Destructive Pylon. But as far as mods, I was going Rate, Range, and Lingering Frostfire. I was just using it to hold Destructive Pylon. And then... What, I was putting Destructive Pylon... Range Pylon. And then I think I was using Vicious Strikes as the 3rd shard. And it's good crowd control. Plus it was just the Destructive Pylon holder. But now I don't have any shards on it, so if I wanted to use it, I can't use it now, right? I just made a big old stink about getting it out of the deck. What we can do is get rid of one of those and just throw in something like just a bunch of CC right here for these ogres. I mean, I think that will more than sufficiently CC them, but let's check it out. Well, in most cases, I don't even think it's needed. I think these Game Ogre, like a Game Ogre super short Game Ogre lane like this, the electric arcing would be great. But I think in most cases, you don't even need that. Now it looks definitely like a non-issue. That's a good idea for my second destructive pylon though. Because like I did have it on water aura. If I put that on some electric arcing LSAs, that'll be a good second destructive pylon target. The speed up for Teslas is actually huge, especially for like roller lanes where they're just going too damn slow, you know, and you want them to move. I don't have it set up, but that's definitely a very good setup, particularly in a position where we're at now, where we're overpowering the majority of the game's content. Making the enemies move faster is just good stuff, you know? Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. That's sounds like a really good setup there, Snake. You want to wait until, well, I mean, you can still use it, but you won't get the full value out of it until you can upgrade it to Chaos 8. Chaos 8 is the capping point for mods. But, you know, obviously still use it if it works out for you. If it works out beneficial for your build. It's still a good mod. It's just not at its maximum value yet. Transferring it doesn't matter, because you can always transfer it to something else later. Or if you want to save the relic that it's on, you can always use a goblin item insurance to save the relics that it's on. Kind of like what I did with my Frost Strike or my Water Aura earlier. I wanted to get the anti-heal off of it, but I wanted to save the relic. So I used the Goblin Item Insurance, and I still have that relic with defense rate and defense range on it. Then I can just throw another, you know, third mod into that slot. The good thing about the LSA, if I use that in the mix and get it set up, is you can always pull electric arcing off if you wanted to use it like in Temple or whatever on Wave 6. We have to upgrade it first. Yeah, if you just transferred it straight over, it would be weak. In fact, that's tomorrow's video, is how to fix those mistakes when they happen. So generally speaking, like if say you had a Chaos 1 relic with a 10 out of 10 mod on it, and you'd want to move it to a Chaos 10 item, you'd have to upgrade that original relic to Chaos 8 first, and then move the Chaos 8 mod over to the Chaos 10. You don't want to move mods around for resets, for sure, so the way to go might be just to save it until you're done with all that. You never want to have to move it twice or spend the crafting materials twice. You know, so knowing that you'll need to upgrade it to Chaos 8 first, I would just wait until you're done with your resets. Another thing you can do if you're using an alt, if it's a higher tier, you know, like say it's a Chaos 5 or Chaos 6 medallion that you've got a 10 out of 10 on, you know you're going to have to upgrade it to Chaos 8 before you actually use the mod. If it's tradable and you haven't tinkered it yet, you can just have your mod hold, or your alt hold the relic for you until you're done with AP resets, and then trade it back, and it will still be, you know, whatever it was, what you were starting at. I've actually, that question has come up a bunch from newer players that have messed up basically and moved like a Chaos 1 mod over to a Chaos 7 piece or whatever, and then they don't know how to fix it. So that's actually a video that I have already recorded. I need to get it edited up on how to fix those bum transitions. Alts, it's just about getting one defense dialed in. Like, if you want to set up an alt, you got to have a usable DPS hero. Doesn't need to be fine-tuned, but just something usable. Like a monk is really easy because, you know, all you really need is that crane stance shard and then just some gear with hero damage on it. But if you have one defense that's dialed in, like the Nimbus that I'm using here is a great choice. That's going to be enough to carry you through any Ancient Power resets you do. Remember, when you're not doing AP resets and you're just grinding, the alt just sits there. He's just there to collect loot, you know? So you don't actually have to use it there. And to get through AP resets, you only really need one defense that's really dialed in, and it'll make it a very, very, very smooth situation for you. Like for me here, I mean, obviously I've got my main that's resetting my alt. So my main has all the stuff all dialed in. But if I only had the Nimbus dialed in, I'd still be in pretty good shape, you know? Let's see. Let's go one tree there. Is that what I want to do? Actually, we can move it over further. Go like right there with it. That'll give me a little more room over here. I'm not sure we need all the bells and whistles on this one. I have a feeling just something like that would get the job done for me. That leaves me 400 for the lower lane. You don't have to, but if you do, it's going to give you, basically it gives you 20,000 extra defense power. So you definitely don't have to reset your alt first. But if you do, it's going to make you even stronger. You got to remember, when you're doing AP resets, you're doing Chaos 9 in Chaos 10 gear. So you don't really need to have things super, super dialed in, you know? You're getting a lot of power already. That will probably be good. What do we have? We got Whompers, so we shouldn't have a range mob, but just in case we get like a Hex Thrower boss, we'll do that. It depends on what you're doing. But generally speaking, like the Nimbus here is just super, super strong and can carry a ton of the game's content. But, you know, through like Chaos 10 content right now, you can literally, the meta is walls plus anything else. You did 54 resets on your alt. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either. You know, when you went into it, Kylo, you knew that you were going to be spending, you were going to be putting in a lot of grind. So, I mean, you just gave yourself a shitload of gold long term. Plus, you do get just a bunch of crafting materials. So, all the crafting materials you get for doing the reset, remember that's ×2 because you're getting it on your alt as well. But you get a ton. I mean, 54 resets, I'm assuming just from your alt resets, by the time you were done with that, you probably had, what, 1,500 to 2,000 reroll tokens? I don't really have a goal, Locomotive. Right now, my short-term goal is probably 72, so I can get that same icon that my main has. But if I'm not bored with it, then I'll probably end up going closer to 100. I don't want to say I'm going to go to 100 and then get really tired of doing it, but it is possible that I go to 100. You figure each reset is another 5K per map. Well, I mean, that is definitely the right answer, buddy. Using something because it's fun is always the right answer. When you use something just for the numbers, it's never as enjoyable, you know? So yeah, that just 100% is just the right call. Is Scarnash gonna make it down there? Looks like he is. Might need another upgrade here. We got another flyer. It doesn't want to play. Doesn't want to play nice. I mean, if you plan on playing the game for a long time, T, it's a long time investment. So you just look at it that way. If you plan on playing the game for another 500 hours, I wouldn't worry about it. But if you plan on playing the game for another 2,000 hours over the next several years, then you're making an investment into that entire time frame. Because, I mean, literally every reset in Chaos 10, every reset is an additional 5,000 gold per map in Chaos 10. Thought Nash was going to make it, but... Oh, then fell in a damn hole again. Big oofs. This map is so easy to avoid these death pits. And I feel like I fall in them on this map more than I do any other map in the game. Maybe I should quit jumping back and forth between that opening. That might be a good first step. But yeah, I fall in the death pits all the time on this map. You fail jump that one. Did not make the pipe. You lose vision, your visual a little bit on this guy when you jumping over. But yeah, this map is not that difficult to avoid the death pits. But yeah, you'd think it would be Tornado Highlands. Is that what it's called in DD2? Tornado Highlands? God, now I completely forgot the name of the map. The DDA map that they brought over? Oh, and we did get arranged. Oh no, he's thrown at the core. That is so rude. Why would you do that? He's got this objective right here. Okay, so yeah, it is called Highlands. It's called Tornado Highlands in DDA. Oh, that is for sure there, Shadow Shot. But yeah, in Highlands, you'd think I would fall off that all the time, but I almost never do. Looks like Kellyanne gonna die. I'm making it a little closer than I'd like. It's the last wave anyway. I guess it doesn't matter. What's going on, Mirage? How you doing today? Siege Roller. There we go. About to test out Valkyrian Skies for Minecraft. Man, the mods for Minecraft has just gone so far over the top, huh? Holy crap, man. They got an airship mod now? Got a little Warframe grind done. Very nice, very nice. Adds trains, which you can build and live on. That's crazy, man. That's come a long, long way. That's just real good example at what a modding community that gets encouraged by the developers and not hindered by the developers can end up doing for a game. I mean, just so many ridiculous mods, you know? So what do we want to do here? I feel like we put the tree down here. And then we can just drop one Nimbus up here for the flyers. And then we can do a regular setup down here. Let's go 3. That may be way, way overkill. Malachi takes double. Well, you have to realize he's going to do the charge. So that's just always going to happen. But also remember, he takes additional damage if you hit him from behind. So if you can get behind him, like ideally you go with a team. When we did it on launch day, Sho was with us, and he likes playing the Squire. So we had a tank, and it made the boss just so trivial. Because he would tank the boss, and we would just slap it. That's a fine idea there, Red Moon. That is a fine idea. My last trip out to the kitchen, I got some tea instead of coffee. I'm having a little tea now. It's iced tea now because it's cooled off. Still yummy, though. Still quite yummy. Oh, nice, Kylo. It's got its own friend system in the game, so feel free to send me a friend request. But yeah, it's a really good game. All right, we got Dreadbones here. Got Omega Squad what's there. Do we just want to do one stack, though? Redbones is going to run, though. Let's not do one stack. I gotta be careful, though. The thing, I did so many resets with the dragons that I just can look at how much DU is left and instantly know what I'm able to build, you know? The DU is off a little bit now. I gotta learn the DU amounts over again. We can make this all one lane. What do we got left? We've only got one lane left. I feel like I can kind of go ham a little here. They never got them working right. They were super janky, is why they just took them out. And just the limitations that were on them, it didn't make it very good. Like, you could only have, I want to say it was like 20 people. Maybe it was 50. I think it was 20, though. So, like, for me, I ended up having 6 communities. We had Juicy 1, Juicy 2, Juicy 3, etc., all the way up through 6. Because there just wasn't enough slots available. But then it was only functional like maybe half of the time. So I think it was a test that just didn't work out. But the problem was it wasn't actually a community. It wasn't like a guild or a clan or whatever in other games. All it was a separate chat channel is all it turned into, you know? So the good part about it is it was cross server chat. So like you could be playing on, like I play on US West, I could be just chatting with someone that was in Europe. That was pretty awesome. Like a party chat or something. I mean, you would certainly think that there would be, right? Oh, can you? I never even noticed that. It was quite confusing and very janky. Like you would hit... What, I had a bunch of different communities I was in. I think, wasn't I in a bunch of different ones? Yeah, I was in a bunch of different ones. And then you'd have to choose the community channel. But the community channel would change. Like one day, say the Western community would be number 2. So I would hit 2 and then type out to the community. And then the next day you logged in and it was number 3. It was all real jank. I think it was a good thing, you know? Even like, I mean, even, you know, one of the things Dungeon Defenders 2 suffers from so heavily right now is people just don't play together. And if there was some sort of a clan or a guild system or whatever, people would, you know? I mean, I think they would anyway. Just add more to this. That is all the DU. Do I really want that much there? Why not? But yeah, it's nice having a clan or whatever. It's weird too, like some games, like Diablo 3, I'm in a clan in Diablo 3 that are a bunch of really hardcore grinders, but only for like a week every season. And then you don't hear from them again. But a new season comes in Diablo 3, and there's a group of people that are grinding it out, doing the same thing I'm doing, and it makes matchmaking super easy. Or somebody runs by, you know, somebody will run by a goblin shrine or whatever, and it's like, hey, who wants in on a goblin shrine? And then we'll all join them. You know, that's just awesome. And then there's other games, like, I'm in, some of you all know Tawny Man. You might not, you might. He's an older veteran Dungeon Defenders player from back in the day. But I'm in a clan with him in PoE, and we're the only 2 people in the clan. And the only reason we're in the clan is I like to do Heist, and he likes to do Sanctum. So he throws the Heist stuff in the clan inventory, and I take it, and I throw the Sanctum stuff in the inventory, and he takes it. You know, so it's... I mean, I definitely think they're a good thing, though. The problem now is it's so small of a community, you know? It's going to be tough for them to implement something like that. I mean, I would assume anyway. Obviously, I'm not the engineer, but I can say that when they had the budget for it before, they never quite got it working right. Well, that will never happen in DD2, I don't think, as that system just doesn't exist in the game. Like, you can't drop your own thing on the ground and then pick it up later, you know? But there's a whole lot of... Everyone needs to keep track of this stuff, so when they finally do get around to making another Dungeon Defenders game, you know, make sure to let, you know, the devs got to know what the wish list is up front. You know, in hindsight, they're not going to be able to go back and change a lot of things. But when they're making the game brand new, and they know that it's a feature or a system that players want, I mean, we got to get them all that info. You know, like clans, an actual trading system. Doesn't have to be dropping items on the ground, but some sort of actual trade that's not the shops. I personally don't have any problem with it. I play a lot of isometric view games now. I play a lot of ARPGs. So I personally have no problem with it. It's a tower defense game. Now, we haven't heard him talk about that game in a long time, so assuming that's even still the plan anymore, because remember, that was Phil's plan, and Phil is now gone. So that may not, whoever's in charge of the next one, that may not be their vision, you know? But on the same note, I mean, I've just played tons of isometric view games, so I personally am pretty good with it. All right, we got gargoyles here. Put a Rolos. So we'll just do that. Well, that's the thing, is you got to do something different. I mean, let's just look at the hard facts. How many people are playing DD1? How many people are playing DD2? Do they want to have a game that has 5,000 people online playing it? Or do they want to have a game that's got 400 people online playing it? You know? So if they want to go with something bigger that could potentially be more successful, I mean, DD1 was pretty crazy successful, but if they want something bigger that could be more successful, it's going to have to be changed. So they're going to have to do something different than what they're doing right now. And that's the hard fact to swallow, being a big fan of what they do now, you know? Like, I like action defense. I like third-person action defense. I'm a huge fan. But I do recognize that they're going to have to do something different. What's going on, Uncle Daddy? How you been? I'm doing good, man. Well, I mean, Bloons is the most successful tower defense franchise game of the last 2 decades. So will it draw in a lot of long-term players? Maybe not. That's going to depend on, are they going to offer live service like Bloons has? Why do people still play Bloons TD6 all these years later? It's because they do live service really, really good. You know? And they give people a reason to constantly be logging in. Crap, man, that winter is here is really going to mess up that roller lane, huh? Let's just see. That and the other thing, remember, it's such a small player base. So if they're able to make a game that keeps 5,000 players playing it, that does not have the long-term play style of DD1 or DD2, is it going to be a better game for them as a company? Yeah, it's going to be 10 times better. So, I mean, you have to remember those things. I mean, it's tough facts to swallow when you're a fan of Dungeon Defenders games. I mean, and we can even take the far-off approach. Will it even be a tower defense game? We all know tower defense is a small genre, right? Will they even make a tower defense game? Well, I mean, one of the things that really hurts Chromatic as a company and helps them as a company, they've got a known franchise, Dungeon Defenders, right? They own that IP. Well, what's the best thing they could do long-term as a company? Maybe even make a different game that gives them a second IP. You know? It depends. I mean, like I said, it's all about what their long-term goals are. if they make another Dungeon Defenders game, it's going to have a low amount of players. Let's just be honest. I'm going to be one of them. A lot of you all here will be one of them. But it's another Dungeon Defenders game is not going to have thousands of players rolling in to play the game. It's just reality. It sucks, but it's reality. You know? Thank you so much for subscribing there, Oi. We appreciate it. So you look at, it's an IP that they already own. So it's an established IP that they already own. Oh, shit. We got Yetis for days here. Oh, man. It's going to mess up my whole situation here with those getting froze. Shit. They're on the core up here already. Don't throw at me, dude. That's rude. I ain't throwing nothing at you. I guess I was shooting at him. God, this just really screwed up the whole run here, getting all those Yetis. That would be that's the downside of not paying attention. Well, I mean, that's yes and no. Dungeon Defenders games have high peaks at launch, then lose players through retention. Tower defense games, in a whole, not so much. I mean, look at Bloons. But the one thing that Bloons does really, really, really well is that live service. I mean, there is literally, it might be something stupid that doesn't matter, but there is literally always something going on in Bloons. Well, Orcs Must Die is not a game that you play a long time. Orcs Must Die is a game that you play through and you're done. It has no grind element. That's not a reality in even delusional fantasy world, Locomotive. It's just not an option. It would cost millions of dollars that the game doesn't generate. I mean, we just got to get that right out front. DD2 cannot be remade in a new engine. It's just not a reality at all in any world. Even in a fantasy world, it wouldn't happen. Even the thing that the majority of people, now obviously most of the people here, if not everybody, are all DD2 fans. But if you look at Dungeon Defenders gamers in a whole, over the course of the last 10 years, what has been the most requested thing? Remake DD1 for next-gen consoles. And that isn't even a reality. And that would sell 1 million copies. I mean, if they made DD1 and made it look like DD2, but it had 100% DD1's gameplay, same map, same loot, everything, the exact same, but made it look prettier and made it run on next-gen or current-gen consoles, that game would have 1 million pre-orders. Period. It just would. And that still, even that, I don't think they feel comfortable enough invested it in. And then now they got the other side of that too, that they've reused these maps so many times that although that is one of the most requested things, people would still give them shit about it. You know? Because they've just reused these maps so many times now. So it's got to be a lot of tough decisions from those guys. I mean, we don't make it easy on them. There's no doubt there. You know? Just as players and fans, we do not make it easy on them. Well, that's the thing. And that's their problem, is they've got a very, very impatient audience. Me being one of them. I'm not saying that like bashing on anybody. I'm impatient as hell too, but They've got a real impatient audience, and what they really need is to make sure that they make a proper, fully fleshed out, full mechanics throughout proper game, you know? And then let's not toot their horn. Let's call the shots like it is and not be a shill and give you the straight up real deal. Name a game they've done that with, even in their old form and trendy. Never. They've never made a game that's been fully fleshed out at launch. Remember, DD1 was the first of its kind. So it had a lot of players that were playing it because it was something new and fresh. But let's be honest, the people that made DD1 what it is today is the community development team. It's not trendy. So, I mean, that's something that they've dealt with since the very beginning. I mean, DD1 was a fun game, and it was something new. DD1 and Orcs Must Die launched within a week of each other. Orcs Must Die is actually the first one. The first third-person action defense game. And DD1 is the second. But what made it... And it was good. It was a good base game, and it had... You know, it was a new genre, basically, that those two developers had created out of tower defense. And it received a really good following. But it was janky. It had a lot of bugs. It had a lot of multiplayer issues. And the community development team is who turned it into the game that it is right now. Right now, the game is a goddamn near masterpiece, you know? And that community development team is who did that. They got it to that. That's got to piss them off with OMD launching first. You never hear them talking about it because they're not going to talk about things like that. Well, then it wouldn't. If it had mods, it wouldn't be DD1 Locomotive. So that's the thing. You can't combine them both. It's got to be one or the other. Right now, we've got a game that's not loot-based, that's about the mods and the shards. If we want a game that's loot-based, then it has to be about the loot. Unless mods were back like they used to be in DD2, where they were passive rolls on items, and the game was all about the loot. And it wasn't about a mod and crafting materials. But, I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, we'll find out. You know, they've never been very forthcoming with any information. So whatever they're working on, it's not what we think it is, and I'm confident of that. So whatever is going on behind the scenes at Chromatic, it is not what anyone here thinks that it is, including myself. I got a pretty unhealthy amount of hours in DD2 there, Colin. Too many platforms and different accounts or whatever to really know the real number. Well, they won't make hardcore because it's a casual game. You know, being a free-to-play, self-described family-friendly game, they don't want a hardcore mode. You know, and the majority of players are play it on a very casual basis, you know. And then the drop items, I think, is just how they're databasing or how their back-end system works. Obviously it's way above my level of expertise. But, you know, it's a free-to-play game. A good designed free-to-play game. There's going to be the niche games out there that are terrible designs. Look at Path of Exile. Path of Exile is an incredible game. that is a complete design clusterfuck, for lack of better words. But it just all comes together, and it's a really incredible game. But what is Path of Exile not? It's not very new player friendly. They don't have droves and droves of new people coming to their game. But what they've got is thousands of old players that return to their game each and every league. And that's what keeps the game going. But most free-to-play games, they have to be something that's going to be friendly to constantly get a new supply of new people playing the game. And I think that's what they were shooting for with DD2. Is now they've got their own systems in it that end up becoming confusing as hell for new players. But that's what they were going for. I think anyway. But yeah, I'm excited to see what they do. I mean, I think that there's good people that work there. I've had my frustrations and complaints with Chromatic as a company. Many long list of reasons. But I think people like IDHC and Lowles and Phil before he left and Brent before he left, I think there's some really, really good people that work there that are good people as a person, in that they really, really want to make a good product that we'll all enjoy. So, I mean, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for them, you know? I'll play whatever it is that comes out. If I don't like it, I'll just say I don't like it, you know, but I'll definitely, no matter what kind of game it is, or no matter, you know, if it ends up being a mobile game or whatever it ends up being, I'll definitely give it a shot and try it out. I mean, you would think we would hear something, Red Moon, but I don't know. It depends on how secretive they want to be, you know? They've got two sides of it that they're trying to battle, and that's the tough thing for them as a company. Is they've got one side of it that they've made a lot of promises over the years that they haven't been able to keep. In DD1 and DD2 and DDA and Dungeon Defenders Eternity, in every game they've made a bunch of promises that they haven't been able to keep. So just with that in mind, you'd think they wouldn't want to make too many promises, you know? And then you got games like Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley, Concerned Ape, he doesn't tell anyone anything. And then he'll just say, boom, this is coming next. You know, he'll drop like an image with no text. So you have no context at all of what the image is. And that's all he'll drop. And what happens? He spends all of his time making the game, not so much time worrying about how the community perceives what they're doing. And he's able to put out kick-ass products. So, I mean, there's two sides of it. If they're going to make another action defense game that's similar to any of the Dungeon Defenders games, I think it's probably real important that they get feedback from their current community and talk about the game a little bit. But if they're making something that's completely different, they probably shouldn't say anything to us. You know? They should probably just focus on getting the job done. And we'll just have to buck up and take what we get. You the same as very many people there, Q-Strike. You're not alone. There's people that, not the same thing with Kickstarter, but there's people that have said basically that same thing for the last 10 years. There's people that say after seeing what they did with DD2, there's no way I would ever support another game. There's people that say after they see what they did with DDA, there's no way. And it's a lot of people. And part of it is because DD1 was so loved by so many. A lot of people don't even realize, but do you guys realize that right now in 2024, Dungeon Defenders 1 being a paid game has had more overall downloads still now than DD2 has had free? That's a pretty crazy thought to wrap your head behind, you know? Anyway, y'all, let's get another giveaway going. We got some cat ears. We started off on Twitch last time, so we will start on YouTube this time. And this is going to be the last giveaway of the day. So let's go hashtag cat ears in chat over on YouTube for a chance to win yourself some an RGB headset. See if I can find what I did with the stupid code. Well, Trendy didn't actually... Oop, screen went black again. How weird. Trendy didn't actually own the company then. Trendy had sold out to investment capital company for DD2, and hence the microtransactions and all that. Oh, wow. Ship out the basic training on the 11th. That's crazy, man. Well, good luck to you there, Uncle Daddy. Hopefully everything goes well. Oh, I wish you luck as well, man. That's awesome. But yeah, hashtag cat ears in YouTube chat. I'll give you guys like a minute. Well, this time it's the RGB headset. Now, if you don't want the RGB headset and you'd rather have cat ears, or I mean, if you don't want the RGB headset and you'd rather have a Juicy Fruit Pet, then you can go with that. But this one is directly for the cat ears. So, all right, as usual, YouTube, remember there's no YouTube instant messaging. So if you win, you've got to send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord so I can get you your winning. Without that, I have no way of getting the code to you. Obviously, if I post it in chat, somebody else is going to yoink it. So if you win, you got to make sure you send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord. So here we go, y'all. Good luck to everybody. And the winner is Q Strike. Congrats there, Q Strike. So send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord, and I'll get you squared away. And now let's head over to a YouTube or a Twitch giveaway. Let's go hashtag cat ears in Twitch chat. Hashtag cat ears in Twitch. Really nervous but excited. I'm sure you'll do great there, Uncle Danny. That's awesome, man. It is awesome. My son is on the other end of that. He just got out. He's trying to become a commercial pilot now. Going through all the certifications that are required for commercial folks. Give you guys like a minute to get it entered in. Get your cat ears in, y'all. Get your cat ears in. Oh, I got the code copy pasted or I got it copied. Obviously, I don't have a winner yet, so I can't paste it until we get a winner. Give you guys a few more seconds here. All right, and here we go. The winner on the Twitches is Zale. Grats there, Zale. Say something in chat there, Zale. Let me know you're still here. And I will get you your code right away. There you are. So congrats to you. Get you some a little RGB headset for DD2. I just whispered you the code. So just redeem that at the mailbox in-game here. And you will be good to go. Anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for today, though. I'm going to go have me a little dinner. Looks like Harambe is streaming, so why don't we head on over and send Harambe some love. But yeah, anyway, thanks a ton, everybody. Have an absolutely wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take it easy, y'all.